Take me out to the ball game. Swing, batter, batter, swing, batter, batter, swing. Swing, batter, batter, swing, batter, batter, swing, batter, batter, swing. Yeah. Strike one. Hey, baby, do you come here often? Strike two. Hey, baby, now what's your sign? Strike three. Hold on now, where you going? Next in line. Swing, batter, batter, swing, batter, batter, swing, batter, batter, swing. Swing, batter, batter, swing, batter.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Pearl Pirate Baseball. We're live here at Pirate Park on the campus of Pearl High School on a chilly night here in late November. It feels like November. It's actually February. February 28th to be exact, the Mid-Mississippi Classic. Pearl playing their first game of the Classic against UMS Wright. They just got beat by Clinton by a score of 4-2. They'll be taking on the Pearl Pirates here in just a moment. It's a beautiful night for baseball other than the fact it's downright cold. I'm glad I'm going to be nice and warm in my press box. We'll get a word with Coach Groh in a few moments. I got a feeling he's got on an extra layer tonight. Heard him joking with an umpire earlier about maybe going to the locker room early. We'll see what happens with that. But the Pirates getting ready to come off a weekend series where they played a doubleheader on Saturday. Northwest Rankin, a huge victory for the Pearl Pirates. First time they defeated the Cougars in 6 years. Then they kind of laid down a little bit on one against Yazoo City, lost 8-6. They'll try to come back tonight and get ready to go again. We'll see Zach Carter back on the mound again. We'll see how that works out for the Pirates tonight. You're watching Pearl Pirate Baseball. We're going to come back in a moment. I'll have head coach Justin Groh with me, and we'll talk about tonight's game. Back in a moment on the Pirate Media Network.
Serving Mississippi since 1967, Mississippi Bonding Company is prepared to help in your time of need. Our agents are the quickest, most efficient, and most educated bail bonds agents in the area. We use state-of-the-art computer equipment and services to process all applications, credit cards, and deliver the necessary documents to get your friends and family released as quickly as possible. All jails, all courts, statewide and nationwide service, 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. In trouble? Call Mississippi Bonding Company right now and let our professional agents help.
Harvey's Fish Hut is located on the corner of Airport Road and Old Whitfield Road in Pearl, Mississippi. Harvey's prides itself on having the best fried catfish in the metro area, as well as tasty pan trout. Harvey's Fish Hut only serves quality Mississippi farm-raised catfish. Dine-in or carry-out, Harvey's Fish Hut is always served hot and fresh, open Monday through Saturday for both lunch and dinner. So stop by and see Willie Harvey at Harvey's Fish Hut on the corner of Airport Road and Old Whitfield Road, or call to place your order at 601-939-6262. 601-939-6262.
Welcome back to Pearl Pirates Baseball. I'm live here on the third baseline with head coach Justin Groh. Coach, first thing I got to ask you about, I've been up in the press box for that first game. It's cold out here.
Yes, sir. It's cold. We're not worried about that.
Coach, I want to ask you, we come off a weekend where we played a couple of games Saturday, a huge victory against Northwest Rankin in the first game. Then we lose to Yazoo City in the second game, 8-6. I know you wanted to get back on the practice field. We had some rains Monday. You couldn't get back to practice Monday. Tell me about the team coming off first the big victory and then the loss. How'd they react to that? What did they look like in practice?
We look good this week. We spent a lot of time in the indoor, which we had the opportunity to throw our guys and hit a lot. So I feel comfortable with what we're doing tonight.
Coach, you're going to face a team now in UMS Wright that just got beat by Clinton 4-2, a team from Mobile that's historically a really good team. All these teams that come over from Alabama are really good ball clubs. You had a chance to watch them play. You saw some things defensively. I know you saw a really good pitcher that we won't see, but you saw a lot of left-handers in the batter's box. Tell me about your thoughts on this team.
Well, they are definitely fundamentally sound, so we're going to have to put the ball in the zone, we're going to have to make plays, and we're going to have to swing it at the plate. But if we do those things, if we play to the level that I believe that we can, we'll be fine.
Coach, one of the things you and I have talked about in the offseason is not beating ourselves. Right. That if we lose a game because somebody's just better than us, that's one thing, but just don't beat ourselves. Talk to me a little bit about that and your emphasis with the players on keeping their head on straight, so to speak, and not beat yourself.
With us, it's a focus thing. And, we talk about focus in every pitch. And, we get to the point where we'll take whole innings off, and one inning will beat you in high school baseball. So if we can stay focused every pitch, we have a good opportunity to beat anybody we play, I feel like.
Good deal. Coach, good luck in the game. We'll talk to you afterwards.
Thank you.
Head coach Justin Grove, Pearl Pirates getting ready to take on the Bulldogs from UMS Wright on a chilly night here at Pirate Park. We'll be back in a moment. I'll be joined up in the booth by Justin Bennett in a few moments, but first you're going to hear a couple of interviews with some players that I had a chance to talk to yesterday. You'll hear those, and then I'll join you back in the booth in a moment on the Pirate Media Network.
Pearl Stamp and Sign is now Sign Mart. Our name has changed, but not our great service. For over 20 years, we have been your #1 hometown retailer in custom stamps, signage, and marketing products. Now we are growing and want to take you with us. Whether you have an event, starting a new business, or wish to expand your existing business, Sign Mart is committed to helping you meet your design and marketing needs. Come see the friendly staff at Sign Mart on Pearson Road in Pearl and make your mark in the business world.
It's easy to have concerns about your cooling and heating system in the middle of summer, especially when you live in the Deep South. My friends at Hermetic Rush Services recommend you let them take away these worries when you call Hermetic Rush Services at 601-932-7874 for all your residential and commercial cooling and heating needs. You'll feel smarter from the shoulders up and a whole lot more comfortable head to toe. Hermetic Rush Services, where Rush is our middle name. Call them today, 601-932-7874.
Welcome back to Pearl Pirate Baseball. We're live here at Pirate Park where we're talking to David Pickering. David, first thing I want to ask you, you're back as your senior year this year. You missed last year from a leg injury, a broken leg that you sustained in a football game. Tell me what it means to you to come back your senior year and try to be able to perform at a good level here at Pearl Pirate Baseball.
Well, I hope I can just bring something to the team this year. Missing last year it hurt me, because I couldn't play. I just hope I can come in and hit well. As I didn't past few years, but I think I can do it.
Now, you played outfield this past weekend. You look to play some center field, right field. What all are you looking at as far as, think you're going to pitch a little bit too this year? Tell me what all the positions you're looking at.
Yeah, I'm going to play center, hopefully, most likely, and then pitching a little bit, and that would be about it.
Now, tell me a little bit about this season. Obviously, Coach Justin Grove's here, first year as a new head coach at Pearl. You've had other coaches in the past growing up, but tell me kind of your experience with Coach Grove. You were here through the off-season workouts a little bit last summer, but of course you were doing football, so you missed a lot of the fall. But tell me your thoughts on Coach Grove and this team.
I like him. He's a good coach. He's very strict, yes, but I think that we're going to do very good, with him being here, and I think that he'll be a good coach,
Now, I've got to ask you, we had a big doubleheader this past Saturday. Played our first two games of the year. We played Northwest Rankin, and then we played Yazoo City. We beat Northwest Rankin. The first time that we beat Northwest Rankin in 6 years, so your first time to see a victory against that school since you've been here. Tell me your thoughts on that game.
Oh, it was great. I remember that last out, you just went running into a big dog pile, and it was great.
Mid-Mississippi Classic this week. We're going to play 3 games over 3 days. Some pretty good schools. We'll play a couple of teams from Alabama, UMS Wright and Walker. Your thoughts on the games this weekend?
I think we're going to do good, I think we'll be good as long as we can hit and put it in play, minimize on the errors. I think we'll do good.
Good deal. That pretty well sums it up. David Pickering, senior here at Pearl High School.
Serving Mississippi since 1967, Mississippi Bonding Company is prepared to help in your time of need. Our agents are the quickest, most efficient, and most educated bail bonds agents in the area. We use state-of-the-art computer equipment and services to process all applications, credit cards, and deliver the necessary documents to get your friends and family released as quickly as possible. All jails, all courts, statewide and nationwide service, 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. In trouble? Call Mississippi Bonding Company right now and let our professional agents help.
Welcome back to the pregame show here on the Pirate Media Network. I'm here now with
Pearl Stamp and Sign is now Sign Mart. Our name has changed, but not our great service. For over 20 years, we have been your #1 hometown retailer in custom stamps, signage, and marketing products. Now we are growing and want to take you with us. Whether you have an event, starting a new business, or wish to expand your existing business, Sign Mart is committed to helping you meet your design and marketing needs. Come see the friendly staff at Sign Mart on Pearson Road in Pearl and make your mark in the business world.
It's easy to have concerns about your cooling and heating system in the middle of summer, especially when you live in the Deep South. My friends at Hermetic Rush Services recommend you let them take away these worries when you call Hermetic Rush Services at 601-932-7874 888-272-7874 for all residential and commercial cooling and heating needs. You'll feel smarter from the shoulders up and a whole lot more comfortable head to toe. Hermetic Rush Services, where Rush is our middle name. Call them today, 601-932-7874.
And let our professional agents help.
Welcome back to the pregame show here on the Pirate Media Network. I'm here now with Jimmy Boyd. Jimmy plays some infield, also some pitching. Jimmy, the first thing I want to ask you right off the bat, you come into the game in the bottom of the 7th inning against Northwest Rankin this past Saturday with us leading by a score of 4-2. Actually, I think we were leading 4-3 when you came into the game. They had already scored a run, but you end up getting the save in the ball game. Tell me your thoughts first when you come to the mound, knowing what's at stake against Northwest Rankin.
No, having confidence in what you got on the mound. Believing that you can do it at the situation that you're in.
When you get to the situation, you look up and you see Reed Humphreys coming to the plate. You got runner at third base as the tying run. He's representing the winning run at that point in the bottom of the 7th. You know he's one of the best hitters on that ball club. He's a dandy dozen, listed as probably going to be a potential guy for Mr. Baseball. What was going through your mind on the mound knowing you got to get this guy out?
Right, just believing in what you got and knowing what Coach calls is what's going to be right to throw in that situation and just treat him like any other hitter.
Jimmy, let's talk a little bit about this year. You're a senior this year. Talk about Coach Groh, Coach Lyle. Coach Lyle's been working a lot with the pitchers, I know. Tell me kind of what it's been like in the offseason and this winter getting ready for baseball this year.
It's a grind. They want us to work hard and maximize to our full effort and potential of what we can do because, they know we can win a ring just like all of us know.
Well, and that's one of the things I've heard Coach Groh talk about. We looked at a loss against Yazoo City, a disappointing loss, but he said basically that he's looking at a 9-game season.
Right.
And that's the 3 games against the 3 teams, other teams in our region, Brookhaven, Macomb, and Wingfield. If we win those 9 games, we're undefeated in region. We got a leg up going to the playoffs. Your thoughts on that your senior year?
That's exactly right. That's the only 9 games that really matter because that's what's going to put us into place for the playoffs and go into the state championship.
Jimmy, obviously you're going to play some infield. You're also going to pitch some. If you had your preference, if you did one or the other exclusively, which one would you rather do?
I'd rather pitch.
Why is that?
Because, you're in control of the game when you're on the mound.
Tell me about the relationship with you and your catcher and how you work together to try to make sure you get the right pitches at the right time.
Right. He gets the calls from the coaches, and I believe every time he puts it down, that's what I need to throw.
Good deal. Jimmy, thanks a lot. Good luck in the games this weekend.
All right, thank you.
Jimmy Boyd, infielder and pitcher for the Pearl Pirates. We'll take another break. When we come back, we'll be back in the booth, and we'll get the lineups and get ready for the first pitch for today's game.
Harvey's Fish Hut is located on the corner of Airport Road and Old Whitfield Road in Pearl, Mississippi. Harvey's prides itself on having the best fried catfish in the metro area, as well as tasty pan trout. Harvey's Fish Hut only serves quality Mississippi farm-raised catfish. Dine-in or carry-out, Harvey's Fish Hut is always served hot and fresh, open Monday through Saturday for both lunch and dinner. So stop by and see Willie Harvey at Harvey's Fish Hut on the corner of Airport Road and Old Whitfield Road, or call to place your order at 601-939-6262. 601-939-6262.
Pearl Stamp and Sign is now Sign Mark. Our name has changed, but not our great service. For over 20 years, we have been your #1 hometown retailer in custom stamps, signage, and marketing products. Now we are growing and want to take you with us. Whether you have an event, starting a new business, or wish to expand your existing business, Sign Mart is committed to helping you meet your design and marketing needs. Come see the friendly staff at Sign Mark on Pearson Road in Pearl and make your mark in the business world.
Oh, cool. Okay.
It's easy to have concerns about your cooling and heating system in the middle of summer, especially when you live in the Deep South. My friends at Hermetic Rush Services recommend you let them take away these worries when you call Hermetic Rush Services at 601-932-7874 for all your residential and commercial cooling and heating needs. You'll feel smarter from the shoulders up and a whole lot more comfortable head to toe. Hermetic Rush Services, where Rush is our middle name. Call them today, 601-932-7874.
A good week of practice, as you heard Coach Groh mention. Now they'll get ready to take on the UMS Wright Bulldogs out of Mobile, Alabama, here in the Mid-Mississippi Classic. It's the second game of the Mid-Mississippi Classic here at Pearl High School, the second of 10 games that will be played on this field this weekend. Joining me to my left, Justin Bennett. Justin, it's a cold night here.
It really is. It's a cold night for baseball. But these guys are bundled up, it looks like, with sleeves on and that kind of thing. But it'll be a cold night, a tough night to have to endure these temperatures for Mississippi in late February. A lot of times it can be, very pleasant. But tonight it is a cold one.
I don't know if you were listening or not, but when I was getting ready to do my intro, I think I called it November.
Right.
It's supposed to be cold in November in football season. It's supposed to be warm in baseball season. Somehow we've gotten that backwards, and it's nice and cold here tonight. It's supposed to get down to 32 tonight. Currently it's 47 degrees, and it feels at least that. The wind's out of the north at 6 miles an hour. It's going to be a chilly night. It says it feels like 44. And it's only going to get colder as we go.
It really is. I honestly think for you and I this year, this is colder than any football game, any home football game we did. So it'll be a
home game, yes, because we got a nice warm press box. And we're in the press box here, and they're turning the heat up here. We're going to be good to go here, so we won't have a problem with that. But one of the things I think about the cold football games, we had a cold one at Wingfield.
Yes,
when we were sitting in the bleachers there at Forest Hill doing that game.
Yes,
it was rather chilly there that night. Justin, when you look at this team, obviously, we talked about it a little bit Saturday in our abbreviated postgame show, but they have a great win against Northwest Rankin and then a disappointing loss at Yazoo City. Then they couldn't practice Monday. They did go into the indoor facility and hit Monday, but it was rainy, it was wet, it was too bad to practice Monday. How do they prepare now and come back out on a cold night tonight and get ready to play?
I think the problem in Game 2 after the big win in Northwest Rankin was focus. These guys were so excited, so pumped up to get that win against a rivalry team that they haven't beaten in some 6 years, to come out and get that. It's like they lost their edge. They lost their focus in Game 2, a winnable game that they should have stepped up and won, but couldn't come through and do that. So hopefully tonight they've gotten some rest, they've regrouped, and they'll come out tonight focused as they were in Game 1 against Northwest, against these Bulldogs that they'll see here tonight.
Well, it's interesting you use that word focus, because that was the word that Coach Groh used when I talked to him about it, and they talked about making sure that we don't beat ourselves, that everything we do, if we get beat, it's because a team just outplayed us, not because we beat ourselves. And that's what he said. And he said to focus, not focus just on the whole game, but focus on every single pitch. And that's going to be the key to the Pirates. Now, Zach Carter's going to be on the hill tonight. Zach, of course, started the game against Northwest Rankin, had a really good game in that one, picked up the win against the Cougars. Zach in that game went get to the right page here as we look. Zach went 4 and a third innings, gave up 2 runs on 2 hits. 2 runs on 5 hits. Really good game. He walked 3 and struck out 2, but he kept the ball in play. He didn't give up anything much. Just really a solid game. He threw 51 strikes. He had 91 pitches, 51 of those strikes. First outing of the season, I think not too bad.
No, really not too bad at all. Not too shabby at all for a first performance, or really for any performance. He came out, he threw the ball where he wanted to, had great control, used his different pitches, used different speeds to make that happen. A great outing, a great first performance for him. Hopefully he'll continue that tonight.
The real key tonight is going to be Zach's going to be back on the mound again. He'll have to be able to put the ball in the box. One of the things I've heard Coach Groh and Coach Lyle talking about is not pitching, trying to throw the ball by a hitter, but pitch to contact.
Right.
Make the hitter do the work. Make him put the ball in play. Let the defense then make the plays either in the outfield or the infield, get the outs. One of the things we talked about, they were extremely sharp defensively against Northwest Rankin the other day. Had 2 errors, but both those errors were really they were a hustle-type errors. And the type plays that Coach Groh said, it's not a big deal on those. And they have to limit the errors, play solid baseball, because this UMS Wright team is fundamentally sound. They're going to be a good ball club.
They really are. All these teams from Alabama that we're going to see over the course of this weekend are going to come in and be fundamentally strong baseball programs. So what you're going to see is the Pirates have to come out. They have to be focused, as we talked about. But pitching, I think, is a key to that. And you're right. Pitch to contact. Throw the ball where you need to throw the ball. Don't try to throw it by anybody. And let your defense behind you make plays. That was something we had a real issue with last year. 25 errors in the first 5 ball games. Only 2 so far this season, but as you said, they're hustle errors. So let your guys behind you make plays. I think that's something that our pitching staff last year caught themselves in a situation where they felt like they had to strike everybody out because they didn't trust the defense behind them. You got to trust those guys playing in the field. You got to let the hitter put the ball in play, throw it in a place where he can do that, and then you got to let your guys play behind you.
One of the things that I thought was really impressive through our 2 games, of course, we're hitting 302 on the season through those 2 games, but 2-out average is 333. So when the guys coming to the plate with 2 outs, they're making some things happen. They're putting the ball in play, and that's something you've got to be able to do. When we struck out, we did strike out 9 times in the 2 games. 5 of those were called strikeouts. That's the one thing we got to work on. You can't, if you're going to strike out, which that's going to happen. You're going to face a pitcher that's better than you. But go down swinging.
Exactly.
Get the bat off the shoulder. 3 of those 5 were by one hitter in the second game. I talked to him as Zach Prince. He's the one that broke his hand hitting the brick wall. Zach would be DH tonight. Zach told me that second game he couldn't hardly feel his hand. He just couldn't feel the bat. And so he knew he was having bad at-bats, and he went down looking 3 times in that ball game. So you take those away, and you see a better percentage. So that's one of the things, if we're going to go down on strikes, do it with the bat off the shoulder. Do it swinging, going after the ball, trying to put it in play, and if they can make the play on us, so be it.
Exactly. You know, you're not going to get any hits if you leave the bat on your shoulders, and that's something the guys have to do. They've got to hack at it. They've got to go for it, and hopefully they'll be able to do that tonight.
We're going to take a timeout. They're getting ready to do the starting lineups here. We've already had one game. We'll not have another national anthem, but I am going to take a break. We'll come back. We'll give you the starting lineups for both teams and get ready for the first pitch. The Pearl Pirates taking on the UMS Wright Bulldogs here at Pirate Park. Back in a moment on the Pirate Media Network.
In times of joy, in moments of grief, we are there. When the world looks for truth, broadcasters come through, even when all else fails. Today, with more ways than ever to experience the moments that transform our lives, Americans still choose broadcast television and radio more than all other media combined. Television and radio are still the most trusted sources for news and entertainment. And our web and social sites are among the most visited sites in our daily lives. When important moments happen, both big and small, we're the first informers to history. We are the pioneers, the innovators, the local broadcasters of radio and television, reaching more people, touching more lives.
Serving Mississippi since 1967, Mississippi Bonding Company is prepared to help in your time of need. Our agents are the quickest, most efficient, and most educated bail bonds agents in the area. We use state-of-the-art computer equipment and services to process all applications, credit cards, and deliver the necessary documents to get your friends and family released as quickly as possible. All jails, all courts, statewide and nationwide service, 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. In trouble? Call Mississippi Bonding Company right now and let our professional agents help.
Harvey's Fish Hut is located on the corner of Airport Road and Old Whitfield Road in Pearl, Mississippi. Harvey's prides itself on having the best fried catfish in the metro area, as well as tasty pan trout. Harvey's Fish Hut only serves quality Mississippi farm-raised catfish. Dine in or carry out, Harvey's Fish Hut is always served hot and fresh, open Monday through Saturday for both lunch and dinner. So stop by and see Willie Harvey at Harvey's Fish Hut on the corner of Airport Road and Old Whitfield Road, or call to place your order at 601-939-6262. 601-939-6262.
Cool.
Matthew McGee.
A Monday warrior
Welcome back to
means strike. Today's time so you
Pirate Media Network. We're just moments away from the first pitch with Pearl taking on UMS Wright, the Bulldogs out of Mobile, Alabama. Starting lineups for this game. First for the visiting Bulldogs. Leading off will be the center fielder, number 2, T.J. Dixon. Batting second at shortstop will be number 1, Troy Dixon. Batting third baseman number 10, Dylan Goff. Batting fourth in left field, number 14, Gunnar Roach. Batting fifth, the catcher, number 15, Landon Powell. Batting sixth in right field, number 11, Will Baines. Batting seventh, first baseman, number 5, Tucker Powell. Batting eighth, designated hitter, number 13, Tyler Gisnard. I'm assuming I got a right pronunciation. I could be wrong with that. Second baseman, number 7, Grant Barber. Batting ninth, and the pitcher will be number 12, Brett Patterson. Defensively for the Pearl Pirates are in the outfield. In left field is Parker Thurman. In center field is David Pickering. And in right field, River Weghorst. Around the infield, Brandon DeSalvo will be at third base. The shortstop, Grant Phillips. Second baseman is Alex Hutton. And at first base is Matthew McGee. Behind the plate, Austin McDonald. And getting the start on the mound, as we mentioned a while ago, Zach Carter. Justin, I think you've got a pitching line, Zach's pitching line for the season. We talked about it a little bit a while ago. Why don't you tell us where he is?
I do. Zach comes in with a 3.23 ERA. He's batters batting .294 against him. He's pitched 4 1/3 innings, 17 batters, given up 2 runs. Both of those were earned, giving up 5 hits. He's walked 3, struck out 2, and so far 91 pitches on the season. He's got 1 win, no losses on the year.
All right, so pretty good start for Zach, and now he'll try to keep that going tonight against a really good UMS Wright Bulldog team as we're getting ready to get started. Do want to welcome those folks from Mobile, UMS Wright. They know we've got a lot of watchers and listeners out there on the internet tonight at www.piratebaseball.com. We're glad to have you on board. Glad you're joining us for the broadcast tonight, and hopefully we'll live up to your expectations.
Yes, we hope so. Glad you're with us. It's an exciting night for baseball. It'll be a great weekend for baseball all weekend as the Mississippi-Alabama tournament rolls on.
And leading off the top of the first, T.J. Dixon, center fielder, left-handed hitter. First pitch in for a called strike on the inside part of the plate. And one thing I noticed against UMS Wright in this first game as they played Clinton, a lot of lefties in the lineup, Justin.
You know, that's something different. You don't see that in a lot of games. That's something different for pitching to kind of adjust to. Also, your fielders have to adjust to that as well. But a heavy lefty lineup, something different against this right-handed pitcher, and something that we'll have to watch as Zach Carter performs tonight.
A first pitch strike by Zach, then back-to-back balls, 2 balls, 1 strike to count to T.J. Dixon. Misses inside, ball 3. I did get a pronunciation for number 13, Tyler. It's Gesnard.
Gesnard.
So appreciate that.
One thing about Zach Carter, his mechanics, he's got a great delivery. He keeps his mechanics the same every time he throws the baseball, which is exactly what you want a young pitcher to do.
Ground ball back through the box. Zach couldn't get his glove on it. Hutton will backhand it and no throw. That'll be an infield single for T.J. Dixon, as Zach just couldn't get the glove down to make the play.
But a wise play there, something we saw happen against the other day with the Pirates. Alex Hutton knows he's not going to get the player out. He just goes, he eats the ball, doesn't try to throw it in the dugout or anything like that. Wisely fields the ball, lets the runner stay at first base without a throw.
Troy Dixon, the shortstop, back-to-back lefties to lead off the inning as it was in the first game. Did not compare the lineups for the 2 games, but I know the first 2, 3, 4, 5 are the same. First 5 in the order: Dixon, Goff, Roach, and Powell. And then Baines is batting 6th in this game, came in as a pinch hitter in the last game. But a pretty similar lineup. There's a bunt towards the third base side. DeSalvo's going to pick it up, throw to first, and safe, not in time. Good speed out of the left-handed side of the batter's box, and Troy Dixon beats out the bunt for a base hit.
It was a strong bunt. He kind of bunted it in a great place. Not too close to the line, more in between the line and the pitcher's mound. DeSalvo had to charge it and just couldn't get it there in time. Pretty good speed there to put runners at first and second with nobody out here in the first inning.
That'll bring Dylan Goff, third baseman, to the plate. Right-handed hitter for the first time against Zach Carter. Breaking ball in for a called strike.
Zach's got to settle down, not worry about the guys on base. Just pitch to the guy in the box. Hopefully his team can turn a double play behind him.
Outside corner for a call strike. No balls, 2 strikes to count. Got an extra camera shot this year for people to take advantage of. We've got a center field camera. That you see that right there. Great look coming in from the pitcher behind him and through to the batter's box. And actually a pretty good view of the concession stand behind it as well. We can tell if those ladies in the concession stand are working or not. The 0-2 pitch down and away for a ball. 1 ball, 2 strikes to count.
That's a pretty cool shot, I've got to say.
Our executive producer, Frank Hutton, as most people know, is constantly at work trying to make this broadcast bigger and better. Carol Davis, I know, is on one camera down one side. I think Perry Lowry's on the other camera. Perry's on the third base camera, and Carol is on the first base camera. Now the 1-2 pitch popped up right side, out of play in foul territory. Count remains 1 ball, 2 strikes. What I'm waiting to see, of course, right now the center field camera and our booth camera both are unmanned. I'm waiting to see the remote control on the camera for the center field. We have one of those at Trustmark
really?
Park. We've got
Yeah,
a center
we
field
do. That's
camera
right.
there that sits a similar position to this one is, just to the left field side of the batter's eye. And it's remote control there where our producer can actually sit up there with a little joystick
And move it around.
It's got like,
Wow.
I don't know, 10 or 12 presets. He can push a
Okay.
button and it'll go to a spot. Runner goes. There's a pitch. Zach Carter's going to catch it, throw it to first to get the only play. Runners were going on the pitch, so no chance to get the runners at third or second. Zach does a good job of fielding it, throwing, getting that runner at first to get the out, but that puts runners now at second and third with one out here in the top of the first, and left fielder Gunnar Roach coming to the plate.
One thing you got to be impressed with UMS Wright, they're playing ABC baseball. Very fundamental. Get guys on, move them over, and try to drive them in here.
That pitch in for a called strike. No balls, one strike to count.
We talked about that being a focus for the Pirates this season. But so far, this team is doing it here in the first inning.
Check swing, but goes around. Strike two. Now the 0-2 pitch. Runners at second and third. One out. We're in the top of the first, just underway. The wind was blowing pretty hard earlier this afternoon, but I noticed when I was out there talking to Coach Groh in the pregame, I didn't feel much wind anymore, so I think the wind has pretty much died down. We said just a slight breeze. Now the 0-2 pitch. Dropped it on the swing, picked up and tagged by Austin McDonald. Heads-up play by Austin to jump out, grab the ball, tag him without having to throw it down with that runner at third base. So that's the second out of the inning. Now Landon Powell, the catcher, comes to the batter's box. Left-handed hitter. And he'll bat with two outs, runners at second and third. Breaking ball misses just in for ball one. If you remember against Northwest Rankin, we gave up 2 runs in the bottom of the first, or top of the bottom of the first. They were the home team. Gave up 2 runs in the bottom of the first, but then battled back with 4 in the third, and then held on to win 4-3. So.
Yeah, there are a lot of pitchers out there, some really good ones, in fact. They kind of struggle there in the first inning to kind of get settled into a ball game. Remember Tom Glavine, one of those for the Atlanta Braves that really struggled with that. But, and the ball gets by the catcher.
That's going to – pitch was down and in a little bit, but it's one that Austin should have caught. That's going to be a pass ball on Austin McDonald, allowing a run to score. One Dixon scores, the other one advances to third. TJ across the plate, Troy now at third. 2 balls, no strikes to count to Landon Powell. Inside corner at the knees for a call strike. 2 balls, 1 strike.
Good pitch, bringing it inside to a left-handed batter. A tough one to hit.
Now the 2-1 delivery. Fisted down to first base. A tough hop over the head of Matthew McGee. Hit the seam between the grass and the dirt and took a hop over the head of Matthew McGee, and that's going to be a single. He was in a good spot to play it, but not much you can do about a hop like that when it just bounces right over your head when you're down ready to catch it.
Yeah, and that was one of those that he squared up to get it. It just bounced so high that he couldn't even bounce it off his chest or anything. Went straight over his head and out into the outfield.
Going to get a runner at first base for the catcher. That is number
8.
8 for
now batting number 11, Will
the UMS Wright Bulldogs, and number 8 is Stephen Shaw, courtesy runner. Will Baines, a right fielder at the plate, takes it on the inside corner for a call strike. Got to pick at Coach Groh a little bit. You've noticed we do not have our flag hanging on the pole in center field.
I was going to ask that question.
And we were wondering because we had the national anthem prior to the first game and we didn't have our flag. And I asked something about Coach Groh was in the press box a moment ago. A little high for ball 1-1 to count. I said, we got to get our flag up there. He said, I said, where's our flag? And he said, oh, it's in the field house. And I said, how come it's not on the pole? He said, oh. He said he gets into baseball. That's all he's focused on is who's pitching, who's playing where, and how is he giving us our best chance to win. And he just completely forgot about hanging the flag on the pole. We'll have it up there before tomorrow's first game. Now the 1-1 pitch. Just low, ball 2. 2 balls, 1 strike to count.
So much for these guys to remember and prepare for. You can understand being a home opener. maybe forgetting a few things here and there.
Now the 2-1 pitch. Just misses high, ball 3. 3 balls, 1 strike to count. Zach Carter's pitch count moving up some now. He got off to a decent start, but now he's at 22 pitches here in the top of the first inning. 13 strikes, 9 balls. 3-1 pitch, misses in, ball 4. That puts runners at first and second for Tucker Powell, first baseman.
First baseman Tucker Powell.
Carter needs to settle down. Another left-handed batter. Man.
In the first game, I think it was, forgot how many it was. I counted them. It was 6. It's 5.
Wow.
Of the 9 bat from the left side of the box. That's a lot, especially for a high school team. 1 ball, no strikes to count to Tucker Powell. There's a strike. 1-1 to count. Runners with decent lead. Of course, Matthew McGee with runner at second, not holding him on at first. Ground ball to the right side. Hutton's going to field it. Throw to Matthew McGee at second to get at first to get the out. That'll be the 4-3 put out. But the Bulldogs will pick up 2 runs on 3 hits. They leave 2 runners on base. We've played 1 complete. And Pearl trails 2-0. Back in a moment on the Pirate Media Network.
Sometimes coming home can be a battle in itself. Our wounded warriors need everyone's support to meet the challenges they face every day. The USO provides every American a way to support them and their families.
What? It's good to be back.
Join us. Visit USO.org to learn how you can make a difference in the lives of our wounded warriors. The USO, until everyone comes home.
Gotta keep them separated.
Welcome back to Pearl Pirate Baseball. We're going to the bottom of the first inning with Pearl trailing 2-0. Defensively now for the UMS Wright Bulldogs. In right field, Will Baines. In center field is T.J. Dixon. In left field, Gunnar Roach. At third base, Dylan Goff. The shortstop is Troy Dixon. Second baseman, Grant Barber. First base, Tucker Powell. The catcher is Landon Powell. And on the mound, Brett Patterson. Leading off for the Pirates will be the shortstop, number 1, Grant Phillips. He'll be followed by Zach Carter, Brandon DeSalvo, and Zach Prince, should one of the first 3 get on base. First pitch to Grant, misses high and away for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes to count. Rest of the batting order for Pearl, Parker Thurman, Austin McDonald, Matthew McGee, River Weghorst, and Alex Hutton. Grounded to the left side. Third baseman tries to pick it up. Shortstop makes the play in the dirt and scooped up by the first baseman, Powell, and the out is recorded. Great job by Powell at first with the scoop on a low throw. Thought it was going to be one tough to play, but good job defensively by Dixon and Powell to get it.
Dixon put it in the dirt, but Powell a great scoop there to come up with out number 1.
That'll bring Zach Carter to the plate. Zach hitting .286 through the 2 games on the season. First pitch in for a called strike. No balls, 1 strike to count. The 0-1 pitch popped up left side. Third baseman coming in. Catcher calling for it, and the catcher makes the play. And they barely caught up in the webbing. Good play by the catcher's one that you'd rather not see him play, though. You'd rather that third baseman call him off. Nonetheless, he makes the play on it, records out number 2, and that'll bring Brandon DeSalvo to the plate.
That was a great play. Had to kind of go back behind him, fell to the ground, making the play, making the catch. But a really good play there by Powell.
Now DeSalvo at the plate. takes the first pitch outside for a ball. Brandon hitting .500 on this young season with 3 RBI to lead the team. That one's fisted up the middle, but into the air and into the glove of Dixon, the shortstop. And 1, 2, 3 go the Pirates here in the bottom of the first. We've played one. Pirates trail 2-0. Back in a moment on the Pirate Media Network.
Harvey's Fish Hut is located on the corner of Airport Road and Old Whitfield Road in Pearl, Mississippi. Harvey's prides itself on having the best fried catfish in the metro area, as well as tasty pan trout. Harvey's Fish Hut only serves quality Mississippi farm-raised catfish. Dine-in or carry-out, Harvey's Fish Hut is always served hot and fresh, open Monday through Saturday for both lunch and dinner. So stop by and see Willie Harvey at Harvey's Fish Hut on the corner of Airport Road and Old Whitfield Road, or call to place your order at 601-939-6262. 601-939-6262.
It's easy to have concerns about your cooling and heating system in the middle of summer, especially when you live in the Deep South. My friends at Hermetic Rush Services recommend you let them take away these worries when you call Hermetic Rush Services at 601-932-7874 for all your residential and commercial cooling and heating needs. You'll feel smarter from the shoulders up and a whole lot more comfortable head to toe. Hermetic Rush Services, where Rush is our middle name. Call them today, 601-932-7874.
Welcome back to Pearl Pirates baseball. We're going to the top of the second. Pearl trailing UMS Wright by a score of 2-0. And one of the things we talked about during the break there, we didn't get any base runners, but we swung the bat, we put the ball in play. Pop-up's a little not good, but at least we were a little bit aggressive with the plate. Didn't see us just go up there looking.
Absolutely. You want to come up swinging, and that'll pay off in the long run. So you like to see that aggression and that being proactive there at the plate.
Designated hitter number 13, Tyler Gesnard, leading off here in the top of the second. Takes the first pitch high for a ball one. 1 ball, no strikes to count. It's going to be a busy baseball season for the Pirate Media Network. We're going to bring you 23 games this year. 1-0 pitch. Misses low for a ball. 2 balls, no strikes to count. If I'm not mistaken, we only play, not counting the spring break trip, we only play 25 regular season games.
Oh, really?
And then we'll play 4 over spring break. That makes 29. And we're bringing you 23 of them live right here on the Pirate Media Network. Inside corner for a call strike. We will not make the spring break trip to Gulf Shores. So those 4 games will be broadcasted.
And we hate that.
We hate that.
Those games we would like to do.
I would like to be there for a little golf around those games. Inside, ball 3, 3-1 to count. And we will not do the trip to Quitman later in the season. We will have just had a game on Thursday night at Macomb and a follow-up to Macomb the following Tuesday, so elected not to make that trip to Quitman on that Saturday for the doubleheader. 3 balls, 2 strikes to count to Tyler Gesnard. Swing and a miss, strike 3.
Good pitch there, brought it up in the zone. One of those that's really hard to lay off if you're a hitter, and he just swung by it. Good pitching there, good placement by Zach Carter.
Second baseman Grant Barber now steps to the batter's box, number 9 hitter in the order. Showed bunt, pulled back, takes a strike. Tried to bunt for a base hit during the previous game, was not successful. Clinton's third baseman able to come in and make the play to throw him out. Was real impressed by what I saw in at Clinton Ball Club in that first game. Defensively, they had at one point the pitcher, Staten, I think retired 15 in a row at one point in the ball game. It was like that was like 16 of the 19, something like that in a row, or 15 in a row, 16 of 18, 17 of 18. That's what it was.
Wow, it's impressive.
Because he had a walk, he had 2 outs and a walk, and then he retired like the next 15 in a row.
Man.
Ended up getting the win in the game. They did pull him out in the 7th. That pitch misses low for a ball. 2 balls, 2 strikes to count. Now the 2-2 pitch popped up right side. McGee moving over into foul territory and awaits it and makes the catch to record the out. And that'll be the second out of the inning. That'll bring the top of the order Dixon to the plate.
We talked about in the first inning, Carter may be one of those pitchers that he's got to come out, give up some runs in the first inning, kind of settle into a ball game before you see him come in and really be able to be lights out. So far, back-to-back outs here in the second. It seems like he's calmed down and settled into his role here tonight as he's pitching.
Dixon at the plate, swings and misses at the first pitch. He singled his last at-bat. A ball that was kind of up the middle, up past Zach's glove, and one and two deep in the hole for Alex to be able to make the play on it. Now the 0-1 pitch. Started like he was going to bunt, pull back, took it inside for a ball, 1-1 to count. Inside ball two, 2 balls, 1 strike. Foul that one off behind the screen and out of play, 2-2.
As a pitcher, as you're pitching to a left-handed batter consistently, something you typically don't see in a high school game, it's hard to, those inside pitches where you're on that inside part of the plate, it's a little more difficult to navigate your way around that because you're just not used to throwing it to somebody standing on that side of the plate.
2-2 pitch misses inside for ball 3. Coach Lyle consistently trying to get Zach to pitch T.J. Dixon inside.
Don't want to give Dixon the opportunity to extend his arms and put some power behind the ball. You want to try to jam him if you can.
Now the 3-2 delivery. Fisted out of play again behind home plate. Count remains full. I do like the way Zach's attacking and bringing it in and forcing him. He's keeping it in zone, forcing him to make a play on it. And loses him a little bit low. And Austin can't find the ball. It's behind the umpire. And that's where Zach Carter's pitcher needs to be helping him out. Zach needs to run in and tell him where it is. As a catcher, that ball's hard to find when you got all the equipment on if it's on the ground. And that time the umpire was between him and the ball.
Right.
And your pitcher or somebody needs to come in, hey, there it is, there it is. And I've even seen a pitcher race in and pick it up. That'll bring Troy Dixon to the plate. Shortstop, singled his first at bat. He's batting with a runner at first. Don't know if they're brothers or not. Could assume they may be, TJ and Troy. Both left-handed hitters, similar size. Runner goes, good jump. That's stolen strictly on the pitcher.
Yeah, he had a great jump there. Carter didn't give him a look at all, and he was halfway to second before Carter even came to the plate.
That's a runner at second base now here in the top of the second. 1-0 the count. Just high for a ball, 2. 2 balls, no strikes to Troy Dixon.
And he hits him there. Tries to come in just a little bit inside and came too far inside. That'll send Dixon down to first base as he's hit by a pitch.
Number 10, Dylan Goff.
Puts runners at first and second. 2 outs as Goff steps in. It looks like we're going to get a visit to the mound.
Coach Lyle walks out to the mound. So with a visit to the mound, we're going to take a break. We'll be back in 30 seconds on the Pirate Media Network.
Quickest, most efficient, and most educated bail bonds agents in the area. We use state-of-the-art computer equipment and services to process all applications, credit cards, and deliver the necessary documents to get your friends and family released as quickly as possible. All jails, all courts, statewide and nationwide service, 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. In trouble? Call Mississippi Bonding Company right now and let our professional agents help.
Harvey's Fish Hut is located on the corner of Airport Road and Old Whitfield Road in Pearl, Mississippi. Harvey's prides itself on having the best fried catfish in the metro area, as well as tasty pan trout. Harvey's Fish Hut only serves quality Mississippi farm-raised catfish. Dine-in or carry-out, Harvey's Fish Hut is always served hot and fresh, open Monday through Saturday for both lunch and dinner. So stop by and see Willie Harvey at Harvey's Fish Hut on the corner of Airport Road and Old Whitfield Road, or call to place your order at 601-939-6262. 601-939-6262.
Welcome back to Pearl Pirate Baseball. Coach Lyle completed his visit to the mound. And the first pitch to Goff misses high for a ball.
Carter's gotten 2 outs, but put runners at first and second now. He's got a right-handed batter at the plate.
Goff grounded out back to Zach the first at bat. That pitch breaking ball in for a called strike. 1 ball, 1 strike to count. Goff requests timeout, granted by the home plate umpire, and steps out. Now the 1-1 pitch. Low and away for a ball. Gets away from McDonald briefly, but he gets it back up. Keeps the runners at first and second. Said he went around. Strike 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. We're in the top of the second. Pearl trailing 2-0. Zach got the first 2 batters out real quick. A strikeout and a pop-up foul territory to Matthew McGee down the first baseline. Then a walk and a hit batters put the 2 dangerous guys on the bases, Dixon and Dixon. Fouled off right side over the head of Carroll Davis and out of play.
Carroll watches that one roll behind him. No need to protect the camera on that particular foul ball.
Now the 2-2 pitch. Checked his swing. Count goes full. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Now with real good speed on the base pass with 2 outs, you'll see him in motion as soon as Zach delivers the ball. So could be a dangerous spot for the Pirates here with Dylan Goff at the plate. If he gets a ball past the infield, you're going to at least see a 1 run, if not 2 score. 3-2 pitch. Runners go inside. Ball 4. Austin McDonald lost track of the count or didn't wait to hear the call from the umpire. Either way, it's ball 4 and the runners advance. That loads them up for Gunnar Roach. And, back on the sandlot, we call him the cleanup hitter.
That's right. And he's here to do his job. The base is full of Bulldogs.
Coach Boutwell wants to have a word with his hitter, Gunnar Roach. His last time up, struck out. Zach Carter would love a repeat of that right now.
He would. Carter so far 54 pitches here in only the top half of the second inning. Got 2 outs, as you said. 2 outs to lead off the inning. He thought he had finally settled into the game, but has given up hits and walks, and now we in a situation now with the bases loaded.
Now the first pitch, low and away for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes to count. Zach working quickly. Inside corner for a call strike. I noticed that time Zach was working from the windup, not the stretch. You see different pitchers do that different ways. But you do give the runners a bigger jump when you go from the windup. Now the 1-1 pitch. Fouled off right side towards Carroll Davis. We got to get Carroll a glove. That's what we need to do.
That's what we need. Carroll needs a glove.
Then he doesn't have to worry about dodging
right.
balls. You just stick
catch
the glove
it.
out and catch it.
No big deal. Carroll can do it.
Now the 1-2 pitch. Carter taking a long time to get the sign. Now he's ready. Again, fisted off and out of play. Count remains 1 ball, 2 strikes.
If we got Carroll a glove, it'd be easier for him to protect the camera that way.
True.
If he can catch. I don't know. I've never seen Carroll.
I got a feeling he can.
Probably can.
Now the 1-2 pitch. Again fouled off. Runners at all of the bases. 2 outs here in the top of the second. Bulldogs scored 2 in the top of the first. Zach's trying to strand those runners here in the top of the second. Now the 1-2 pitch. Popped up right side. Moving over is River Weghorst coming in on a hard run. Left-hander gets there and makes the catch. ran out from under his cap. He'll go back and retrieve that. But Zach Carter gets out of the inning after 2 outs, then a walk, a hit batter, and a walk. He strands all 3 base runners. We played 1.5. Pearl trailing 2-0. Back in a moment on the Pirate Media Network.
It was once called East Jackson, but the city of Pearl's been coming into its own ever since then. The folks at the Pearl Chamber of Commerce are proud of their city and want to give you just a few facts to consider. For instance, its commitment to excellence in education with Pearl's public schools and the Rankin branch of Hines Community College. It's a community whose people are grounded in faith and family. Consider Pearl's political contributions. Ray Rogers and Dean Kirby in the state legislature, and U.S. Congressman Greg Harper's district headquarters in his hometown of Pearl. It's become a handsome east entrance to the metro area on I-20 with shopping places like Bass Pro and the new Sam's Club, and Trustmark Park, home of the Mississippi Braves. The State Fire Academy is in Pearl, and so is the state headquarters of MEMA and other government agencies. The newly elected slate of city officials is excited about Pearl and making it an even better place. It's come a long way from being just a quaint little neighborhood east of Jackson. The city of Pearl, a city creating its own future.
Hometown Spotlight is sponsored by the Pearl Chamber of Commerce.
Welcome back to Pearl Pirate Baseball. We're going to the bottom of the 2nd inning. Live here at Pirate Park, Zach Prince, followed by Parker Thurman, Austin McDonald, Matthew McGee, if one of those should reach here in the bottom of the 2nd. Prince looking for his first hit of 2013. His first hit as a Pearl Pirate, new to Pearl this year. Now the first pitch swings and misses, strike 1. One thing about Zach, I have noticed when he was on the mound in relief in the game Saturday, when he's in the batter's box, he doesn't get cheated.
No, he does not.
He's a high-energy type player. We'll put it that way. The 0-1 pitch swings and misses at strike 2. And they may have heard me talking about him going down looking at 3 times in that second game. He's coming out swinging here in this game.
Yeah, he's swinging for it for sure.
Be careful here, Prince. Patterson liable to come off the plate. He does. Just barely, though. Just barely misses the outside corner. 1 ball, 2 strikes to count. Now the 1-2 delivery. Grounded to the right side. First baseman can't play the hop. It's going to go through. Prince is going to round it. He's going to head to second as the ball gets past the right fielder. Zach heading from second to third. Right fielder picks it up and will get it in, and Zach will be at third base.
Fired up and excited. That ball, once it went through the infield, everybody had come in and it rolled to the fence. It's just, I don't know.
I'm sitting here thinking, I've got to make the ruling. Is that a hit or an error? And it took a wicked hop on the first baseman. I did that against Matthew. I'm going to give it a hit. So Zach's going to get the single. I don't know what happened with the right fielder. We got to charge an error on the right fielder for the other 2.
Yeah, it took a crazy hop on the first baseman. I get that, but then it just rolled forever as the outfielder just misplayed it.
That pitch gets away from the catcher. Prince coming to the plate and will score.
Again, it shows the aggressiveness on the base paths of these guys trying to make things happen and do right there. As that ball gets away from the catcher, he comes onto the plate and just a great job there by the Pirates. Aggressive base running comes through and gets them on the board.
And Parker Thurman gets a base hit up the middle.
Now batting, catcher number 4, Austin McDonald.
Get caught up on my book up here. Parker gets that single. Austin McDonald now comes to the plate.
One thing, DP, we ought to mention. Other athletics going on right now, spring sports. I guess we call it spring sports. We're in the spring semester, winter sports maybe. Evan Osborne from Pearl swept the hurdles in a meet hosted by the Pirates with a time of 14:63 in the 110 and 40:21 in the 300. So congratulations to Evan Osborne on a great track performance, part of the boys track team here at Pearl High School.
Had some further discussion about that play earlier. We'll talk about that in a moment. Right now, Austin McDonald's got a 1-0 count. Fouls it off. 1 ball, 1 strike. And looking at it, I don't really think there's an error on the first baseman.
No, I don't either. I think it took a crazy hop.
It took a crazy hop, just like it did Matthew McGee. Went over McGee's head.
Right.
It went under him from where and to his side from where he was. But the right fielders, I'm going to take the arrow away from him because he wasn't. I was looking to figure out how he missed the ball. And from discussion here, he was coming over to back up the play at first. So he wasn't even back there to make an error.
Right.
So, and after further review, we're going to change that. Almost picked off. Just barely getting back was Parker Thurman.
That was about as close as it can get over there at first base.
So we're going to reverse my ruling on the advance on the error, and it's just going to be on the play that he advances. Actually, in that sense, it's a triple is the way that would go down.
A triple. Yeah, that's right.
Another throw over to first. Once again, he gets back in safely.
The base runner here playing a little mind games with the pitcher.
Parker Thurman, a senior, has been playing baseball here at Pearl. Well, it's his 9th grade for sure. Swings and misses, does McDonald. Austin. I'm going to watch here. The umpire's going to ask anything. Parker's going on to play, and he's going to be safe at second base. What they're going to question is, did the batter step across in front of the catcher's attempt to throw?
Right.
And we'll just see what the umpire says here. Because Austin, on the finish of his swing, came close. That's a judgment call by the home plate umpire. And he is saying nothing.
He's not saying anything at all.
It's going to be a stolen base for Parker Thurman. And I wonder, because when Austin swung through, his back foot
kind of
came out.
Stepped in front a little bit.
It could have been close. And fortunately, the umpire didn't call it that way, didn't see it that way. That pitch up and in for a ball, 2 balls, 2 strikes. If that had been the case, of course, Parker would have had to retreat to first, and Austin would have been out.
Right.
Now the 2-2 pitch to Austin McDonald with Parker Thurman at second. Hits it into right field. Right fielder going back and is going to make the catch and then fall down as he tries to come up and make a throw. Parker's going to tag and go to third. So Parker will head up at third base as Austin at least advances the runner. And now with 1 out, that'll bring Matthew McGee in the tying runs at second base in Parker Thurman.
McDonald hit the ball very well. Right fielder came over and made a good play, but he did his job. He moved the runner up to third base, now just 90 feet away.
Now we're having some discussion. I think the right fielder may have been injured going for that ball because he made a long run, made the catch. Then whether he slipped, whether he's looking at his right hand is what they're looking at with him as he walks toward the dugout. May have jammed his finger. Don't know whether let's see if they're going to put him back in or take him out. Looks like the coach is coming to the umpire, so they're going to make a change in right field. So while they do that, we're going to step away. We'll be back with that change in a moment. You're watching Pearl Pirate Baseball on the Pirate Media Network.
In times of joy, in moments of grief, we are there. When the world looks for truth, broadcasters come through, even when all else fails. Today, with more ways than ever to experience the moments that transform our lives, Americans still choose broadcast television and radio more than all other media combined. We are the local broadcasters of radio and television.
Welcome back to Pearl Pirate Baseball. They did indeed make a change. John Shirley now playing right field, and being tended to is Will Baines, and they're looking for our trainer, Darrell, and they're going to track him down and get him some attention on that right hand. Look, I couldn't tell if it's an index finger or his middle finger, but it looked like probably when he went to the ground or something with the ball, he may have hit it in the ground or hit the ball with it, jammed it, or may have broke a nail or something into bleeding into the quick, something like that. But either way, he is out of the game now, and John Shirley is in playing right field. The interesting thing about this is Shirley didn't throw the ball in.
Not once, which is unusual.
And a cold night, and we're 38 minutes into this game since he's had a chance to throw a baseball. You figured he'd made a few tosses to get loose a little bit. But evidently, they don't figure he's going to hit the ball to him. McGee at the plate fouls that one off towards the first base dugout. Matthew McGee, our offensive player of the game against Northwest Rankin this past week, picked up a Sonic Drive-In gift card. Thanks to them for stepping up as one of our sponsors for our PMN player of the game. Zach Carter got the other one for that game, and he gets a DeSalvo's gift card. Delivered that one to him today. The 0-1 pitch swings and misses, strike two.
It's a really cool thing. Our local restaurants stepping up.
Two more stepped up
That's
today
awesome.
and wanted to be a part of it. The Alumni House.
Oh, yeah.
And also Moss Creek Fish House.
Cool.
Now part of our PMN player of the game.
That's great. Stepping
Glad
up.
to have them on board. Now the 0-2 pitch. Grounded straight back up to middle. Second baseman's going to get there and throw to first in time to get McGee, but Parker Thurman will score from third base. So McGee grounds out but picks up the RBI nonetheless. And Pirates have tied the game here in the bottom of the second. River Weghorst, left-handed hitter, steps to the batter's box. But each game we'll select, of course, as you know, an offensive and defensive player of the game, or two players, depending on how we shake it out.
Right.
And they'll get a gift card to one of these restaurants that are helping sponsor this. Fouled off first pitch, out of play. No balls, one strike to count.
Those of you out there watching and listening in the Pearl area, next time you're in one of these restaurants, tell them thanks for supporting Pearl Pirate baseball.
River requests timeout. It's granted. Steps out of the box. Now he's back in, ready to go. Swings and misses at a high fastball.
It's one of those. It's one of those he put up in his eyes. Those are hard to not swing at because it's just right there. You want to reach out there and grab it. Put that one high in the zone, high out of the zone actually.
Now the 0-2 pitch to River. Breaking ball straight through the box for a base hit as Patterson waved at it on the way by. And River with a two-out single stands at first base. And that'll bring Alex Hutton, second baseman, to the plate. Kind of funny you talk about that high fastball, hard to lay off of that. You probably heard me say this before, and those that listen very often have heard me say this, but Jim Page, one of the best hitting coaches I've seen at Millsaps, used to call that pitch chocolate mousse. Looks real good, but it's bad for you.
Man, let me tell you, I remember I could not lay off of that. I could not swing, and it got me every time.
Well, it's up. It's at eye level.
At eye
it
level.
looks
It's
so
right
big
there.
right there.
Yeah, no, man, I understand completely.
River with a pretty good lead at first. Thrown over at him once.
And
timeout requested by Hutton.
The thing is, you're not going to hit it. I mean, you know the game well enough to know you're not going to hit it, but you just try to swing at it every time.
Got a little cat and mouse game going here. The catcher and the pitcher can't figure it out. Alex called timeout. Now the pitcher steps off. One thing I like about Alex, and I've seen him do this in practice where they're working on these different drills and stuff, and Alex will be one real quick to ask for timeout from that umpire and try to get in that pitcher's mind. And Alex is good at that. He enjoys doing that. And that's what they're trying to work on now. Of course, River at first base as a sophomore this year, but last year River was the courtesy runner for the most of the part for Kirby Wixon. Pitch out. I kind of saw that one coming, and so did Coach Groh. So River was staying put. So River's a good base runner.
Yes.
And now getting a chance this year to see some full-time play.
And Kirby appreciated him being his runner.
Alex goes for that chocolate mousse that we just spoke of. High fastball. Can't stay off of it. One ball, one strike. 2 outs here in the bottom of the second. Tied at 2. Low and away for a ball. River holds up. Catcher does a good job of blocking it up. Alex will step back in. Again, River with a big lead. Outside for a ball. Generally, you look at a lead for a runner at first base is basically a two-step and a dive.
Right.
And of course, you cross over. If you do it right, you cross over from the right for that right foot. The big step across, that's your second step, and then the dive. There he goes, and he's back. And so he's judging it exactly right on how far he get right at the edge of that. And Rivers doing it. He's stretching that because he's not a tall guy. Rivers stands at a great big 5'9". Alex hits it high in the air, right center field. Center fielder drifting over. Dixon gets under it, makes the catch, and records the out. And the Pirates will strand a base runner, but they'll get 2 runs on 3 hits. No errors, 1 left. We played 2, and we're tied at 2. Back in a moment on the Pirate Media Network.
Serving Mississippi since 1967, Mississippi Bonding Company is prepared to help in your time of need. Our agents are the quickest, most efficient, and most educated bail bonds agents in the area. We use state-of-the-art computer equipment and services to process all applications, credit cards, and deliver the necessary documents to get your friends and family released as quickly as possible. All jails, all courts, statewide and nationwide service, 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. In trouble? Call Mississippi Bonding Company right now and let our professional agents help.
Harvey's Fish Hut is located on the corner of Airport Road and Old Whitfield Road in Pearl, Mississippi. Harvey's prides itself on having the best fried catfish in the metro area, as well as tasty pan trout. Harvey's Fish Hut only serves quality Mississippi farm-raised catfish. Dine in or carry out, Harvey's Fish Hut is always served hot and fresh, open Monday through Saturday for both lunch and dinner. So stop by and see Willie Harvey at Harvey's Fish Hut on the corner of Airport Road and Old Whitfield Road, or call to place your order at 601-939-6262. 601-939-6262.
Welcome back to Pearl Pirate Baseball. We're going to the 3rd inning with Pearl and UMS Wright tied at 2 apiece. Zach Carter on the mound. And Landon Powell at the plate. First pitch misses high for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes to count. Pitch catches the corner for a call strike. 1-1 to count to Landon Powell. He singled his last at bat. One of the 3 hits. I'm going to go ahead and call them the Dixon brothers.
Let's do it.
The Dixon brothers each have a hit apiece, and Landon Powell has the 3rd. Popped up high in the air, shortstop. Grant Phillips moving over. DeSalvo calling for it, and pops in and out of his glove. Little popcorn action for Brandon DeSalvo, and that is an error on the 3rd baseman.
Had his hand up there. Wasn't like he was just trying to go one-handed, but just popped out of the top of his glove.
Right fielder, number 25, John Shirley.
That'll bring the right fielder, John Shirley, to the plate. Just came into the game defensively a moment ago. One thing, did they put a courtesy run? I didn't notice at first. That's the catcher. Nope, he's still out there. I will say this. The other day, I was out there watching practice, and I saw Brandon do that.
Really?
On a pop-up. Hit his glove and popped out. So some issue there he's going to have to fix, because I did see him do that in practice the other day. John Shirley's first at bat, again, as he came in the ball game defensively. Kind of a check swing, pretty well hit, though, to center field, coming in hard, and making the catch is the center fielder, David Pickering. Great job. David Pickering got a pretty good jump on it, because when it first left the bat, I didn't think it was going very far. But David gets a good jump on it, comes in, makes the catch, and records the out.
That's what you want your center fielder to be able to do, cover a lot of real estate out there, and he absolutely did, coming in hard on the ball and coming up with a great catch there for David Pickering.
Tucker Powell's first pitch is in high for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes to count. Now the 1-0 pitch popped up on the fifth, straight back here. I got a glove.
There you go.
I got it. That landed right above us here on top of the press box. Count goes to 1 ball, 1 strike. That pitch misses high for a ball. 2 balls, 1 strike to count.
DP updating his Twitter to let those people out there know what the score is. It can't be watching us.
Another foul off
tonight.
Count goes to 2-2. Powell with his lead at first. Now the pitch. Check swing. Said he went around and the batter's out. And not real sure why Austin threw it to second. Luckily, Grant was there and caught it with no issues. But when there's a runner at first, you can't go anywhere even if you drop it. So that's the second out. Tyler Gesnard comes to the plate. Struck out swinging his first at bat. Lines this one down the left field line. Fair ball down the line. Chasing it is Parker Thurman. He's going to get in a hurry. It'll be a double, though, down the line for Gesnard. Landon Powell holds up at third base. Runners at second and third with 2 outs for Grant Barber.
A good hit there by Gesnard. Just sent it right down the third base line. It hooked just inside that line down into the corner. Able to pick up a double there, but a good job there by Thurman to get the ball back into the infield to keep the runners at second and third.
Swing and a miss at the first pitch by Barber. Now the 0-1 pitch. High for a ball, 1-1 to count. You can follow us if you want to on Twitter, at Pearl Broadcasting. Love to have you. There's a pitch in for a strike. PM Broadcasting, that's what the Twitter handle is, at PM Broadcasting for Pearl Municipal Broadcasting. Twitter limits how long the name can be, so we have to short it. There's a strike 3 call, swinging to Grant Barber. And once again, Zach Carter with runners at second and third gets out of the inning without surrendering the run. We played 2.5. We're still tied at 2. Back in a moment on the Pirate Media Network.
Sometimes coming home can be a battle in itself. Our wounded warriors need everyone's support to meet the challenges they face every day. The USO provides every American a way to support them and their families.
What? It's good to be back.
Join us. Visit USO.org to learn how you can make a difference in the lives of our wounded warriors. The USO, until everyone comes home.
Grant Phillips leads off the bottom of the third for the Pirates. First pitch in for a call strike. Grant grounded out to the shortstop his first at bat. There's a call, strike 2 to Grant Phillips.
Grant not too happy with that call. You can tell by his body language. He kind of shakes it off. Oh, bounces up there.
1 ball, 2 strikes to count.
Patterson looked like he tried to take a little bit off that pitch, and in doing so, bounced at about 4 or 5 feet out in front of home plate.
Now the 1-2 pitch reaches out for one and fouls it off. Now the 1-2 pitch to Grant Phillips. Inside corner for a call, strike 3.
Good pitch there.
Well, he had been going away from him throughout that at bat, and that one he comes back in, and Grant just gets caught guessing.
Away, 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 and came back and caught that inside corner.
How to bring Zach Carter to the plate. Zach fouled out to the catcher his first at bat. Takes that one high for a ball. Now the 1-0 pitch. Hit well into right center field. Center fielder moving over. He's going to get there, though, and make the catch to record the out. Zach hit it hard, but unfortunately hit it to a good spot for the center fielder, Dixon, to get to. And with 2 outs, Brandon DeSalvo comes to the plate. Justin, we talked a little bit about track a while ago, and, of course, some softball, too. But Frank still has in his mind that we're going to do something with a big track meet this year.
I think that'd be fun, almost Olympic-like. You know, covering a little track and field would be something different and something fun.
Outside for ball, so I could be like the Bob Costas.
You could be like Bob Costas,
Hosting.
sitting in a plush studio somewhere.
Plush studio.
Sending it out to the various people at the different events.
I'm liking the sound of that.
I think that would be good.
1-0 pitch, swing and a miss, strike. 1-1 the count. So we just need to get experts at the different events.
We just would need experts at the various events. Please don't send me to gymnastics or something like that.
Ground ball to the right side. Second baseman picks it up, bobbles it, picks it up again, throws it in time to get the out. Barber stayed with it all the way and gets the out. 1, 2, 3 go the Pirates in their half of the third. We've played 3, and we're tied at 2. Back in a moment on the Pirate Media Network.
In times of joy, in moments of grief, we are there. When the world looks for truth, broadcasters come through, even when all else fails. Today, with more ways than ever to experience the moments that transform our lives, Americans still choose broadcast television and radio more than all other media combined. Television and radio are still the most trusted sources for news and entertainment. And our web and social sites are among the most visited sites in our daily lives. When important moments happen, both big and small, we're the first informers to history. We are the pioneers, the innovators, the local broadcasters of radio and television, reaching more people, touching more lives.
Welcome back to Pearl Pirate Baseball. We're going to the top of the 4th. This game's tied at 2. Coming up for the Bulldogs of UMS Wright, the top of the order. T.J. Dixon, Troy Dixon, and Dylan Goff.
The Dixon brothers both have had big games tonight. Been on base, scored some runs.
Breaking ball in for a call strike. You know, we'll go back to this track meet. Of course, we're talking about the Olympics. Of course, you said don't send you to gymnastics.
Right.
Well, I don't think they have it.
No, they
the one sport that I know that you could excel at probably in talking about is swimming.
I probably
being
could do
a
that.
swim coach, but they don't have that either. We do have a swim team here at Pearl.
We do. We don't cover that, though, do we?
Yes.
No.
Yeah, don't give Frank any ideas.
Oh,
Ground ball to the right side. Great diving stop by McGee. Tosses, though, behind Carter. Austin McDonald's going to chase it down to keep the runner from advancing. I'm going to give it a base hit on that. Matthew McGee did a great job of getting to it. I don't know if he's able to get up and get it to Zach if he's going to beat the runner there. So that's going to be a base hit by Dixon with great speed.
Shortstop, number 1, Troy Dixon.
Yeah, a track meet would be interesting. I don't know how we'd pull that off, but I'm sure Frank, our fearless leader, could figure it out.
Now we're going to switch baseballs. Zach didn't like the way that one felt in his hand, so he asked for a new one. The umpire takes it, rubs it up a little bit, and drops it back in that pouch, ready to give it to him the next time he needs a ball. Zach throws over to first, trying to keep Dixon close.
See, we figured out, we do a pretty good job at football. We've figured out you did basketball, baseball, softball, even parades.
Yep.
We've come a long way.
Actually did soccer this year, too.
Oh, that's right.
I
You
did
some
two soccer
soccer
games.
You did some
Kristen
soccer.
joined me. Oh, no, Kristen didn't. We got the other sister.
That's right.
Danielle joined me with a couple of soccer games this year. That was interesting, to say the least.
Have you talked to Danielle's sister since the soccer events?
Yes.
Okay. I didn't know if she
didn't bring it up.
Okay, I didn't know.
Of course, you know that. Of course, I'm a Kristen, part of our game day broadcast crew, and of course, you know she is with child.
She is,
and has said that she will be here for football season, though. Said at the most she'll miss a game. She's planning on being a trooper and jumping right back into the flow. So
we'll see how that goes.
Now Troy Dixon awaiting the first pitch. We've seen a couple of throwovers to first for TJ. Carter taking his time. Troy showing bunt. Asked for time. Home plate umpire grants it. Brandon DeSalvo at third was coming in hard from third. Try to be ready for the bunt. Now we're set and ready to go again. Once again, Troy shows bunt. There goes the runner. No bunt. Here comes the throw down. And got him. If he still got the ball, the umpire's looking for it. As long as Grant's got that ball in his glove, he's out. Safe. Grant did not have the ball in his glove. And Coach Groh is going to go out and discuss this one. The pitch was high for a ball. That was the only thing the umpire was waiting to see is did Grant have the ball in his glove? And he tried to move around to see it.
From our vantage point,
I couldn't tell.
I couldn't really tell.
We were completely hidden from it.
But it looked like he reached behind him to pick the ball up. So I don't know. I don't.
And Coach Groh is still questioning it. It's kind of interesting, though, because we had, like at 3 o'clock, that base umpire was already here, and he was out. We were talking a little bit. We were talking about how cold it was, and Coach Groh was kind of joking with him about, getting thrown out of the game, something like that. And so it's kind of interesting now that this is the discussion he's with, and it's kind of a heated discussion. He's going to ask the home plate umpire. I can pretty well guarantee the home plate umpire is not going to do anything because he couldn't see it where he is. No way.
Yeah, no, he couldn't see it. Now they are going to
have the courtesy conversation.
Ask, but no.
But the home plate umpire is going to say, I couldn't see it. And the base umpire instructs Coach Groh to move over, get out of the way, let us talk. The base umpire just says, what do you think?
And he says,
and now it is safe.
He's safe.
So that's going to be the call. It will be a stolen base for Dixon. That's his second steal of this game. Coach Groh still going to question it. We did get word from our booth. They had a good shot on the camera that said that it did look like the ball was not in the glove when the runner got there.
This would be a great opportunity if we had our instant replay working to show it off.
Up to our viewers. Now, obviously, we couldn't show the umpire and the coach, but we could show it to our viewers.
We could show it here, and I would draw on it with my pen like I do.
You would, yeah, since you don't have a telestrator.
Since I don't have a telestrator.
Ground ball to the right side. Alex Hutton waits for it, fields it, throws it to McGee at first, and records that out. T.J. Dixon will advance to third on the play.
Coming back for the Bulldogs, third baseman, number 10, Dylan Goff.
That'll bring Dylan Goff, the third baseman, to the plate. He's grounded out to the pitcher and walked so far in the game. The Bulldogs threatening here in their half of the fourth, the top of the fourth inning, in a tie game. Takes a breaking ball for a call strike. One thing I'll mention, some people may not have heard this yet. MHSAA came out with a ruling this week that did not require the 5A, 6A schools to take a open date during football season next year. Just misses high for a ball, 1-1 to count. And so Coach Perry elected to do away with his open date and add a game to the schedule. And we are now playing Bastrop, Louisiana.
Wow.
In football this year. It'll be a 2-year series. Well, they'll come here this year. We'll go there next year.
That's great.
So the Friday night, the 20th of September, that would have been the open date, is now going to be a game against Bastrop, Louisiana.
Right across the way over there. A home game.
That's right.
Adding
Ray
another
Rogers
home game.
Stadium.
That's great.
5 home games in a row for the Pirates
Wow.
this year. Lined foul. Of course, what that means is next year that's
Next year,
5
that's
road games in a row.
Yeah, that'll be the tough part of that.
We'll get to make that trip to Bastrop, which looking at it on a map, you can't get there from here.
Really?
Right.
Where is
It's
that?
kind of if you got Monroe and you got Ruston, it will actually go a little bit east of Monroe and then go up about that far. 2-1 pitch, grounded to the right side. Alex Hutton's going to field it, throw it to McGee, off the bag, tags, makes the out to end the inning, or excuse me, for the second out, excuse me. The runner's going to be out. The run will score.
Now batting for the Bulldogs, left fielder, number 14.
And that will bring Gunnar Roach to the plate. About, I think, 30 miles or so north of I-20.
Okay.
You turn off somewhere before you get to Monroe and go up to it.
Wow.
But it didn't show a road on the map I was looking at.
Oh, wow.
So
there
we
probably,
got to find a road.
you know what, there probably isn't. We probably need to call the Duck Dynasty guys and figure out how to get over there.
That's a thought.
We may have to swing by there or
They
something.
could probably bring us a P-row to get there in.
That's right.
Fly ball, right field, out of play, foul, and diving for it down the line was River Weghorst, but it'll land safely foul. You know how MapQuest to give you options for routes, and it gave me one to Monroe and up, and it gave me one to Lake Providence.
Wow.
Yeah. And it gave me another one going to Greenville and across down that way.
Down through Arkansas a little bit.
Yeah, so it gave me some weird routes to get there. Yeah, so I've got somebody showing me that route right here. See, you can't get there from here.
Wow.
This one's going up, yeah.
We may just fly to that one. Frank may have to fly us to that one.
It's
they probably have a little airport there.
Between Bonita and Sterlington.
Oh. Wow. Wow.
No balls, 2 strikes to count. Meanwhile, back here to Gunnar Roach, way high for a ball. 1 ball, 2 strikes to count. Now, you did mention fly, Justin. I did do an event the other day with one of the local chambers, and I did find what we would need to fly there in. Ground out to first base, and we're done with the inning. I'll show you that in a moment. They do score a run, and Strand nobody. We've played 3.5, 3-2. UMS Wright leads Pearl. Back in a moment on the Pirate Media Network.
Serving Mississippi since 1967, Mississippi Bonding Company is prepared to help in your time of need. Our agents are the quickest, most efficient, and most educated bail bonds agents in the area. We use state-of-the-art computer equipment and services to process all applications, credit cards, and deliver the necessary documents to get your friends and family released as quickly as possible. All jails, all courts, statewide and nationwide service, 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. In trouble? Call Mississippi Bonding Company right now and let our professional agents help.
Harvey's Fish Hut is located on the corner of Airport Road and Old Whitfield Road in Pearl, Mississippi. Harvey's prides itself on having the best fried catfish in the metro area, as well as tasty pan trout. Harvey's Fish Hut only serves quality Mississippi farm-raised catfish. Dine in or carry out, Harvey's Fish Hut is always served hot and fresh, open Monday through Saturday for both lunch and dinner. So stop by and see Willie Harvey at Harvey's Fish Hut on the corner of Airport Road and Old Whitfield Road, or call to place your order at 601-939-6262. 601-939-6262.
So anyway, before they interrupted us with baseball and stuff like that, we were talking about our transportation to Bastrop, and I had a chance the other day to go to a local charter service here at Jackson Municipal, Medgar Wiley Evers Jackson International Airport at Thompson Field.
Yeah,
and a nice Learjet sitting there that they showed us, and I had a chance to go inside it and sit down, take a picture of it, and.
That's what Kirk Herbstreit travels on when he flies all over the country to do game day in the morning.
Then I don't know why we don't do that.
I think we should do that, and that would be a good mode of transportation for Frank to set up. And we're giving him well over a year to set that up for us.
First pitch to Zach Prince fouled off
because that'll be next year.
Right.
So he just needs to work that out.
Yep.
Sponsorship.
And they charter him. I met the pilot. I mean,
see,
they'll charter. They'll take us over there.
Frank needs to make the call. Needs to work that out.
No balls, 1 strike to count to Zach Prince. Takes that one low for a ball, 1-1 to count. Well, so anyway, back to football season, so that will be the slight change in the schedule. So
That's
still
great.
our longest road trip. For you, is going to be a home game.
For me, will be a home game, which is amazing. You know, my longest
Justin lives
road
up
trip.
in Madison County. That pitch low and away for ball 2. 2 balls, 1 strike to count. But we'll play Clinton on the road. We'll play Germantown on the road. And we'll play Callaway on the road at Newell Field. We'll play Brandon on the road at Brandon. And we've got one other road one in there somewhere, I think. Oh yeah, we play Lanier on the road, which will probably be at North Jackson Field.
That's right. And Ridgeland's coming
and
here.
everything else will be home games.
We also have a new region that we're a part
That's
of
right.
in football, which will be a little different.
2-1 pitch, fouled off, right side out of play. Count goes 2 balls, 2 strikes. Zach Prince, his last at bat, hit that seeing eye ground ball right side. It snuck between the first baseman and the second baseman on a weird hop. The right fielder moving over to back up the play. It went by him as well. And all the way to almost the fence, and Zach ends up at third base. That one bounces in the dirt up over the catcher's shoulder and into the face mask of the umpire. And I know what the umpire is going to tell that catcher. And I said, look, you got a glove on. You catch that ball.
You got to catch that one.
And now the catcher is going to go out to the pitcher and say, look, you throw it where I can catch it so the umpire doesn't get mad at me.
That's right. Give the umpire a minute to regroup.
You know, I played catcher. You heard me talk about this, and it's a great relationship. If you get a good catcher and a good umpire, they'll meet each other at the very beginning of the ball game.
Yeah.
And throughout a course of 7 innings, they'll develop a good little relationship
right.
back there, taking care of each other. And some interesting conversations can be had between a catcher and an umpire at times. Now the full count pitch to Prince. Grounds it right side. Tough hop again at the first baseman. This time he takes it off the chest and holds on to it. Tags the bag to record the out. But that's 3 really wicked hops we've seen down that first baseline.
They must have done something over there to create some crazy hops.
Parker Thurman steps into the batter's box. Left fielder singled his first at bat. Parker now hitting .500 on the season through 2.5 games. Breaking ball in for a called strike. Back to baseball a little bit, though. Coach Groh real excited about the prospects of this team this year and what they've got, the players he's got, their attitude. Fly ball right side. Shirley chasing. Second baseman going out and made the catch. Rolling into foul territory. Great play by the second baseman, Barber. A long ways to run, is able to get there and make the catch and record the out. Shirley, I don't think was going to get there. I think Barber had the only play for it.
Yeah, the only play was from Barber, and he did a great job getting to the ball, making the catch, and holding on to the baseball. Just a solid play there by Barber, the second baseman.
Austin McDonald flew out to right his last at bat. Now he bats with nobody on 2 outs. Here in the bottom of the 4th inning, 3-2. UMS Wright leads Pearl. First pitch misses high for a ball. Pearl's next game in this Mid-Mississippi Classic will be tomorrow night at 7:30 as we will take on Vicksburg in the final of the day tomorrow, the nightcap of tomorrow's schedule. That pitch high as well, 2 balls, no strikes. The day tomorrow begins with Brookhaven playing Walker, Alabama at 12 noon. Then Macomb will play Walker at 2:30. That's 2 region teams. So I know Coach Groh will be watching those games intently.
He'll be watching that for sure.
Now the 2-0 pitch to Austin McDonald. Fouled off right side out of play. 2 balls, 1 strike. And then in the 5 o'clock game, it'll be Lawrence County versus Central Private. And then the Pirates will take on the Gators of Vicksburg at 7:30. Then 4 games on the slate for Saturday as well. Pearl gets the 3rd one of those 4. Give you that lineup in just a moment. 2-1 pitch. Low, ball 3. Davidson plays Vicksburg. Davidson's out of Mobile, Alabama as well. They'll play Vicksburg at 10 a.m. Then Davidson turns around and plays South Haven at 12:30. Then Walker will play the Pirates at 3 o'clock, Walker of Alabama. Walker is out of Jasper, Alabama is where Walker's from. That pitch fouled off. Count goes full. And then the nightcap tomorrow night at 5:30, we'll have South Haven and Clinton here at Pirate Park. And that'll be the final of the 10 games over 3 days here at Pearl High School.
Mid-Mississippi Classic. Big weekend.
Now the 3-2 pitch. Grounds it to the left side. Shortstop scoops it, throws it off target, falls out of the first baseman's glove. McDonald's going to be on safely. It'll be an error on the shortstop. Pulling the first baseman off the bag, so he's 6 on the throw. And the Pirates get a 2-out base runner. Matthew McGee get a runner for the catcher. And that runner is going to be Cameron Gatlin, number 14.
Courtesy runner, number 14, Cameron
Now,
Gatlin.
with the 2013 Mid-Mississippi Classic, we also add the newest member of our broadcasting family here at PMN. And, are we talking about that yet, or is it a surprise for tomorrow night everybody needs to tune in for?
Well, they're going to get a visit to the mound, so I guess we go ahead and let the cat out of the bag. I mean, there could be. I'm not sure that I'm not sure security was beefed up enough to know that he's in the press box tonight to make sure that his fans don't come out,
Because if they're not here tonight, they will for sure come out tomorrow night in anticipation for the newest member of our broadcasting family here.
Jay Fletcher, a longtime friend of ours from church.
Right.
Jay is going to be a great asset to our team. Jay's
absolutely
played some baseball himself once upon a time.
Right.
A little college ball at
yeah.
some little kitty cat school down around Baton Rouge somewhere. We'll get a chance to hear from him tomorrow night.
Wow, I'm excited.
Matthew McGee steps in. He grounded out to the second baseman his first at bat. First pitch to Matthew, misses high for a ball. But not only, I mentioned 10 games here, there are 11 games being played at Northwest Rankin over these 3 days, 11 games being played at Brandon over these 3 days. They're going to play 4 games at Madison Central on Friday, 4 games at Jackson Academy on Saturday. So ball's hit high in the air, right field towards the line. Right fielder Shirley chasing in foul ground, pops in and out of his glove. So it'll just go down as a long strike. And McGee will come back to the bag.
He saw that fence getting ever closer to him, and he went to brace himself and just couldn't hold on to the baseball.
Let's see, if you do the math on that, what's that, 11, 22, 32, 38, 42 ball games.
42 games.
Over 3 days,
Wow.
3 days at 5 different sites. That's a lot of baseball.
That's a lot of baseball.
Now the 1-1 pitch to McGee.
Now I have a question.
Okay.
Madison, Pearl, Northwest Rankin. Oh, that hits him.
Hit him on the left shoulder. McGee will go down to first base after being hit by the pitch. That puts runners at first and second for River Weghorst.
All of your local teams, okay, they have to go to school tomorrow.
Right.
Right? I mean, they have to.
None of them are playing in the early games.
Okay, but they still have to go to school.
Right.
So those that are from Alabama don't have to go to school.
Right.
They can sleep in a little bit, get a little.
Oh, I see where you're going.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
There's a little bit of an advantage there.
Of course, their game start at noon tomorrow at all 4 locations.
Well,
I think Ridgeland is playing a noon game tomorrow. Brookhaven's got a noon game tomorrow.
Now, Brookhaven, obviously, if they're playing a noon game, they can't go to school very long tomorrow.
That's true.
But it's just pointing that out.
Now the first pitch, foul back by Weghorst. No balls, 1 strike to count. I can see right now it's going to be a lot of fun broadcasting when Jay Fletcher joins the booth and puts on a headset. He just comes over and writes me a note.
I'm
not sure I
excited.
can say that because we do have the Alabama fans listening, I know, from UMS Wright tonight. But, hey, we joke about them all anyway, and if they've listened to me very long, they'll know how we are. But he said, do they go to school in Alabama?
Some
would
say yes. Some would say no. I'm just saying it's a good question. It's a good question.
Cameron Gatlin down at second base. Matthew McGee at first base. Gatlin, courtesy runner for Austin McDonald, the catcher, reached on an error, throwing error by the shortstop. Then McGee was hit by a pitch. Weghorst requests timeouts, granted by the home plate umpire. He's got a 1-ball, 1-strike count. 2 outs here in the bottom of the 4th. Pirates trying to tie the game back up, if not take a lead here in the bottom of the 4th, trailing by 1. Patterson, he and Weghorst now going back and forth with this little chess match. Now, once again, Patterson steps off. Not sure he's got the right sign from his catcher, and coach looks back to the dugout. By rule in high school baseball, the coach cannot signal the pitch into the pitcher. He has to signal. He can signal it. He can call every pitch, every pick move, everything, but it's got to go through the catcher.
Gotcha.
And so the catcher has to actually make the call to the pitcher. Foul back. So you still keep that part. Very few times do you see anybody in high school anymore that a catcher actually called the game.
Right.
He's getting every sign from his coach and then signals that into the pitcher. Now the 1-2 pitch. Line foul and out of play. Count remains 1 ball, 2 strikes. Patterson now at 59 pitches. Be interesting to see how long Zach Carter goes in the ball game. He's at 88 through his 4 innings of work.
Threw 91 in 6 innings the other day.
Now the 1-2 pitch. Inside corner, call strike 3. And as is a custom with the Pearl Pirates this year, even on a strikeout, anything, they're going to run it down to first base because that's where they're supposed to be when they leave the batter's box. But Rivers out on strikes, and we've played 4 complete. Pearl trailing 3-2. Back in a moment on the Pirate Media Network.
Pearl Stamp and Sign is now Sign Mart. Our name has changed, but not our great service. For over 20 years, we have been your #1 hometown retailer in custom stamps, signage, and marketing products. Now we are growing and want to take you with us. Whether you have an event, starting a new business, or wish to expand your existing business, Sign Mart is committed to helping you meet your design and marketing needs. Come see the friendly staff at Sign Mart on Pearson Road in Pearl and make your mark in the business world.
It's easy to have concerns about your cooling and heating system in the middle of summer, especially when you live in the Deep South. My friends at Hermetic Rush Services recommend you let them take away these worries when you call Hermetic Rush Services at 601-932-7874 for all your residential and commercial cooling and heating needs. You'll feel smarter from the shoulders up and a whole lot more comfortable head to toe. Hermetic Rush Services, where Rush is our middle name. Call them today, 601-932-7874.
Welcome back to Pearl Pirate Baseball. We're going to the 5th inning of a 1-run ball game. UMS Wright leading the Pirates by a score of 3-2. For the Bulldogs, it'll be 5, 6, 7 in the order. That's Landon Powell, John Shirley, Tucker Powell. Facing Zach Carter, he's at 88 pitches, 51 strikes, 37 balls through 4 innings of work, 5 hits, 3 runs, all 3 earned. He's walked 3 and struck out 4. He's got 1 hit batter. Popped up high in the air. Grant Phillips in behind shortstop. Can't make the catch. Drops it. And another error on a pop-up by the Pirates.
Now batting for the Bulldogs, right fielder, number 25, John Shirley.
That'll bring John Shirley to the plate. Second error committed by the Pirates, both of them on what should have been a routine fly ball, routine pop-up on the infield, no less. One by DeSalvo, now one by Grant Phillips. First pitch into Shirley's in for a called strike. No balls, 1 strike to count. Throw over to first. Runner dives back in safely.
Now, bad weather this past Monday, correct? So was there a softball game?
No. The softball game was not played Monday. We were on schedule to broadcast that one. Showed bunt. They're going to throw down behind the runner, but he's going to get back in safely. 1 ball, 1 strike to count. Don't know if it was rescheduled. If it was, I've not heard that yet as far as any time or date.
Gotcha.
Runner goes, pitches a ball, throw down, runs over the shortstop Phillips. The ball bounces away again. This time Grant staying on the ground. He was in the base path, but the runner's supposed to slide. He slid straight through Phillips. He may have called him out on that slide because the base runner's running back. They did call him out. He's got to slide. That's a rule in baseball. In high school baseball, you have to slide. You cannot run over a fielder in your way And so they did call the runner out because he didn't slide. So it'll be a caught stealing officially. And here comes Darrell heading out, the trainer, to check on Grant Phillips. He went down hard.
They took a pretty good look on that one.
While they tend to him, we're going to step away for a moment. We'll let you know when we come back how Grant is. Right now, let's take a break. Back in a moment on the Pirate Media Network. Yeah, you got to slide. You can't do that.
Yeah.
Only serves quality Mississippi farm-raised catfish. Dine-in or carry-out, Harvey's Fish Hut is always served hot and fresh. Open Monday through Saturday for both lunch and dinner. So stop by and see Willie Harvey at Harvey's Fish Hut on the corner of Airport Road and Old Whitfield Road, or call to place your order at 601-939-6262. 601-939-6262.
Pearl Stamp and Sign is now Sign Mart. Our name has changed, but not our great service. For over 20 years, we have been your #1 hometown retailer in custom stamps, signage, and marketing products. Now we are growing and want to take you with us. Whether you have an event, starting a new business, or wish to expand your existing business, Sign Mart is committed to helping you meet your design and marketing needs. Come see the friendly staff at Sign Mart on Pearson Road in Pearl and make your mark in the business world.
Welcome back to Pearl Pirate Baseball. Grant Phillips is up talking to Coach Groh and Darrell, the trainer from Mississippi Sports Medicine. Thanks to them for providing trainers for so many athletic events around the state for all sports. And looks like Grant's planning on staying in the game. Zach and Austin are just playing catch here. Now Grant's going to run a little bit out there. I know, if I know Grant like I think I know Grant, he doesn't want to come out. He wants to stay in the ballgame. He's a competitor. Darrell's jogging back off the field, and Grant's going to stay in the game at shortstop. His buddy Parker Thurman would come in checking on him. In fact, the entire team, for the most part, had gone out there to at least give him some words of encouragement. He's okay, though, and John Shirley will step back in with a 2-ball, 1-strike count. Nobody on the bases now. Here we go. And that's twice Grant's taking a pretty good shot at second base, trying to catch a runner trying to steal. Shirley requests time. It's granted by the home plate umpire. Now he steps back in. Now the 2-1 pitch. Low for a ball. 3 balls, 1 strike to count. We're in the top of the 5th inning. UMS Wright leads 3-2. They scored 2 in the top of the 1st. Pearl answered with 2 in the bottom of the 2nd. No score in the 3rd. The Bulldogs picked up 1 in the top of the 4th. Call strike right down the middle. Not sure what he was looking for on that one. Looked like a pretty good pitch to try to hit. Now the 3-2 pitch. Hit into the air, right center field. Weghorst comes over from right, calls for it. Almost ran too far, but reaches back and makes the catch to record the out. That's 2 outs in the inning, and Tucker Powell comes to the plate.
First baseman, number 5, Tucker Powell.
The wind might have caught that one just a little bit. As he was coming in, he had to kind of readjust there, and it may have been one of those that the breeze might have caught a little bit of that baseball.
Well, sometimes, too, when a ball goes to the right side, especially off that right-handed hitter, a lot of times it'll pick up a little spin.
Right.
And tail away from that fielder, and you just got to be able to play that. First pitch to Powell's fouled off behind home plate and out of play. Swing and a miss. Good breaking ball down in the dirt. Chased it. No balls, 2 strikes to count. The 0-2 pitch misses high for a ball. Powell grounded out to second in the 1st. He struck out swinging in the 3rd. Now bats with nobody on and 2 outs here in the top of the 5th. Well hit right field. Weghorst going back. Gets under it. Camps there. Waits. Makes the catch and records out number 3. And a base runner by way of an error, but thrown out at second base attempting to steal. And the Bulldogs go 1, 2, 3 in the 5th. Back in a moment on the Pirate Media Network.
In times of joy, in moments of grief, we are there. When the world looks for truth, broadcasters come through, even when all else fails. Today, with more ways than ever to experience the moments that transform our lives, Americans still choose broadcast television and radio more than all other media combined. We are the local broadcasters of radio and television.
It's easy to have concerns about your cooling and heating system in the middle of summer, especially when you live in the Deep South. My friends at Hermetic Rush Services recommend you let them take away these worries when you call Hermetic Rush Services at 601-932-7874 for all your residential and commercial cooling and heating needs. You'll feel smarter from the shoulders up and a whole lot more comfortable head to toe. Hermetic Rush Services, where Rush is our middle name. Call them today, 601-932-7874.
Welcome back to Pearl Pirate Baseball here on the Pirate Media Network. We're going to go to the bottom of the fifth. Pearl trailing by a score of 3-2. And I'm looking, and Landon Powell was not ejected from the game. He was the base runner that ran into wasn't he the runner?
Yes.
Yeah, he was the runner. Number 6. No, it was John Shirley. John Shirley, who was the base runner that ran into him.
That's right.
First pitch into Alex Hutton's in for a call strike. Shirley's the right fielder, and that is, I think, still him in right field, so he was not ejected from the game. In for a call strike 2. Now the 0-2 pitch. Misses low for a ball. 1 ball, 2 strikes to count.
3 runs, 5 hits, 1 error for the Bulldogs. 2 runs, 3 hits, 2 errors for the Pirates. Bottom of the 5th.
Now the 1-2 pitch. Hit into center field. Center fielder moves over. Dixon's under it. Makes the catch to record the out. First out of the inning. That'll bring top of the order Grant Phillips to the plate.
Number 1, shortstop Grant Phillips.
Grant's 0 for 2. He's grounded to short, struck out so far in the game. Hitting .444 now on the season. Chopper down the third baseline, foul. Coach Grove reaches out, snags it. Grant's the younger brother of Tanner Phillips, who played for Pearl Pirates a few years ago, and the son of Rusty Phillips, who I played baseball with at Pearl a few years ago.
Just a few.
Fly out to center field.
Just a few years ago.
Now to bring Zach Carter to the plate.
Now batting for your Pirates, number 9, pitcher.
Zach, starting
Carter.
pitcher for the game today for Pearl, is at 99 on his pitch count.
You would think that he's probably on a short leash if he comes back on the mound.
First pitch misses high for a ball. It's a lot of pitches, especially for this early in the season.
It is.
But they've been throwing a lot through the offseason and through the winter, but we'll see. That one's fouled off and out of play. 1 ball, 1 strike to count to Zach Carter. But back to a little bit about Grant. We talked about the first time that Pearl had beaten Northwest Rankin in 6 years. The last time they beat them was at Ridgeland in the Ridgeland Classic, 4-3, same score, and Tanner Phillips was on that team.
Oh, wow, cool. Well, they were fired up with that victory. There was no question about it.
Now the 1-1 pitch to Zach. Swing and a miss. Strike 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes to count. Patterson works in the windup, misses low for a ball, 2-2 the count. Actually, they're going to say that he might have checked his swing, but he did check it. I didn't even look like he tried to swing, but they did appeal down to the first base umpire, and he said no, he did not cross the plate with the bat. Outfield playing Zach pretty well straight away. Now the 2-2 pitch. Call strike 3 at the knees. Zach will have the obligatory run down to first base, but that will end the inning. The Pirates trail by 1 after 5. Back in a moment on the Pirate Media Network.
After 5 complete, no runs, no hits, no errors, no one left on. Score still 3-2.
In times of joy, in moments of grief, we are there. When the world looks for truth, broadcasters come through, even when all else fails. Today, with more ways than ever to experience the moments that transform our lives, Americans still choose broadcast television and radio more than all other media combined. Television and radio are still the most trusted sources for news and entertainment. And our web and social sites are among the most visited sites in our daily lives. When important moments happen, both big and small, we're the first informers to history. We are the pioneers, the innovators, the local broadcasters of radio and television, reaching more people, touching more lives.
Welcome back to Pearl Pirate Baseball. We're going to the 6th inning. Zach Carter, 1 pitch shy of the century mark, still on the mound for the Pirates.
And just watching him warm up, it's like he's, I don't know, it's like he's working a little too hard for me. I might go to my bullpen here. It's just like he's not throwing like he was at the beginning of the ball game.
We can't see the bullpen from our vantage point. Maybe we can get word from our booth, our third base camera guy to take a look down there. I don't know that there's anybody been warming up or not because we can't see it from our spot here in the press box. We'll try to get word on that in a moment. But right now we're going to the 6th inning, and again, Zach Carter is still on the mound. 3-2, the Pirates trail the Bulldogs. It'll be 8-9, and then top of the order for the Bulldogs. That'll be Tyler Gesnard, Grant Barber, and then T.J. Dixon, top of the order. Did get the relay word that there is nobody in the bullpen right now for the Pirates. Good breaking ball in for a called strike. #100th pitch. That one was for Zach. This one's grounded to the right side. Alex Hutton gloves it, throws it to McGee, again offline, but again McGee's able to catch it and make the tag to record the out. Got to get a little bit more sure with those throws.
Yes.
Don't like seeing him pulling that first baseman off the bag and forcing him to make those tags.
McGee's done a good job tonight having to do that, but that's something your infielders need to do a better job at getting in the ball while he's on the bag and avoid the tag.
Second baseman Grant Barber to play. And that's one of the things, especially coming from that second base, because that's the shortest throw, it's the easiest throw, and it's also the one that the first baseman's more got his back to the runner. That one's fouled off towards Carroll Davis, down the first base camera position, out of play, 1 ball, 1 strike. And I'm sure that's something Coach Groh is making notes on,
yes,
and will be addressed.
It'll be worked on.
Those routine plays need to be a little bit more routine than that. Barber 0 for 2. Flied out to first and struck out. Takes that one high for a ball.
Pirates play a game today, a game tomorrow, a game Sunday. They're off
Saturday.
Today's
Saturday. Thursday.
That's right. I don't know what day it is. And they're off Sunday and Monday, and then they'll play again on Tuesday.
That ball misses low. Ball 3. 3 balls, 1 strike to count. Tuesday we will be playing Wingfield, begin region play. Walks him.
Now batting for the Bulldogs, center fielder number 2.
Fourth walk to go with 4 strikeouts for Zach Carter. That'll bring T.J. Dixon. 2 for 2 with a walk. He's also scored 2 runs. Was stranded at third the one time he didn't score.
Been a tough out tonight for the Pirates.
Throw in behind Barber down at first. He dives back in ahead of it. The pitch was a ball. We'll play Wingfield at home Tuesday night. It'll be a junior varsity doubleheader, 5 and 7. And then we'll go to Wingfield on Friday night. That ball's hit into right center field. That's going to get in for a base hit. Picking it up will be Pickering. He'll throw it into second base. That'll keep the runner at first. And Barber advances to third on the play. Good job of hitting by T.J. Dixon. And now you've got runners at the corners with one out here in the top of the 6th inning. And now we're getting some activity down in the bullpen. I think that was number 16, Clay Pittman, going down to the pen.
Number 1, Troy Dixon.
And Coach Chris Lyles is going to stroll out to the pitcher's mound, have a word with Zach Carter. This is probably talk to him a little bit, but probably also buy a little bit of time for Clay in the bullpen. So with that, we're going to step away for a moment. Be back on the Pirate Media Network.
Sometimes coming home can be a battle in itself. Our wounded warriors need everyone's support to meet the challenges they face every day. The USO provides every American a way to support them and their families.
It's good to be back.
Join us. Visit USO.org to learn how you can make a difference in the lives of our wounded warriors. The USO, until everyone comes home.
Zach Carter remains on the mound after the visit by Coach Lyle. Coach Groh has walked down to the bullpen and taken a look, told Clay something. And now showing bunt, they'll do the fake to third, look at first. Troy Dixon in the batter's box, 1 for 2. He singled in the first, was hit by a pitch in the second, grounded out to second in the fourth. Carter steps off the mound. Barber's at third. T.J. Dixon's at first. One out here in the top of the 6th of a 3-2 ball game. Now, Dixon asked for timeout as he thought Zach was taking a little longer than he was comfortable with. T.J. at first base is 2 for 2 in stolen base attempts. We'll throw over there and he'll stay close. Be interesting to see what play the Pirates have on should he elect to try to steal. Whether you pump fake, whether you throw to a cutoff man, whether you throw through, throw back to the pitcher. A number of ways you can do that. Showing bunt, pulls back, takes a strike. We did see the Pirates work that to perfection the other day,
yes,
Saturday. They had to hit the cutoff man on the throw on a 1st and 3rd situation and was able to get the runner out at the plate in that attempt. Actually ran him back to third and threw him out going back to third.
But a heads-up play executed perfectly by the Pirate infielders.
Now Carter again working from the stretch, looks at third. And is going to step to third, look back at first, see if Dixon might have been going on first motion. He wasn't.
DP Pearl's junior high team won 8-7 over McGee, and right now they lead 1-0 in the top of the 5th.
Again, McGee a second time. They played
Yes,
McGee twice.
yes.
Double, good. Runner goes. He's going to pump fake the throw, see if he could fool the runner at third. Did not. Pitch was a ball. Dixon will get another stolen base on the play. Now runners at second and third with one out.
They'll bring the infield in for the play at the plate.
And he hits him with a baseball. That'll load the bases.
That one hurt.
That one hurt.
That
Got him
one.
right in around the numbers, it looked like.
That one
Now batting for
hurt.
the Bulldogs, third baseman, number 10, Dylan Goff.
That'll bring Dylan Goff, number 3 hitter in the batting order, third baseman. 0 for 2. He's grounded out to the pitcher, walked, and grounded to second. Now the question is, at 111 pitches, how much longer do you stay with Zach Carter? Do you go ahead and go to Clay Pittman? I don't even see Coach Groh as I'm looking down in the dugout. Coach Lyle walking around out in front of the dugout. And now with the bases loaded, they're playing in instead of double play depth. They're going to try to cut the run off at the plate, get that lead runner out. Force out anywhere, breaking ball in for a call strike. Hopefully you reminded your catcher all you got to do is catch it and step on the plate. Then look to see if you got to play it first to try to get the double play from home to first. 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss. No balls, 2 strikes to count. Carter taking his time, now ready to go with the 0-2 delivery. Low and in the dirt, but a good job by Austin McDonald to get down and block it up. It actually bounces back halfway to Zach Carter. And that's something that they drill with these catchers. Be a wall behind the plate. Don't let anything go past you.
Keep it in front of you.
Only bad things happen when a ball gets behind the catcher.
That's exactly right.
Now the 1-2 pitch. Little outside. Ball 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes to count. Gunnar Roach on deck. Now the 2-2 delivery. Popped up right side, foul, and it's going to go out of play. Beyond the fence, count remains 2 balls, 2 strikes. Got to admire the way Zach Carter has started off this season against Northwest Rankin on Saturday, against UMS Wright here tonight. Win or lose in this ball game, I've been really impressed with the way Zach has pitched, the way he's battled. Now the 2-2 pitch. Hit into the air, right field. River Weghorst moving over, back. He's going to make the catch. It's going to be a sac fly. Run will score. Runner will advance from second to third. Runner at first will stay put. So it'll be a sac fly deep to right center field.
Now batting for the Bulldogs, left fielder number 14.
And that leaves runners at first and third with 2 outs now for Gunnar Roach. It's a 4-2 ball game. UMS Wright now leads Pearl.
It looks like they'll stay with Zach now with 2 outs.
Zach trying to get out of this inning, and I got a feeling we'll probably see somebody else, Clay Pittman or someone for the 7th at this point. Can't imagine going with Zach much longer.
117 pitches.
He'll just throw a straight throw to first. Runner at third took off like he was going to try to take off, but McGee making sure he didn't go anywhere. Got Dixon at third, Dixon at first. TJ and Troy, respectively. Once again, Gunnar Roach asking for timeout. And the home plate umpire grants it. Zach steps off. One thing you may notice, or may not have noticed, depends on how much a lot of people don't pay attention to this, the base umpire is in a new position for this year.
Yes, he is.
With runners at first and third. In the past, runners, once they get to first and third, he would move back over behind first base. They put him in a new spot there behind, so they got a better view of a pick to either way or play to either spot. It's a new position for a first and third position for that second umpire, for that base umpire, when they're in a 2-man crew. Still awaiting the first pitch to Gunnar Roach. We've seen a throw over to third and a few call timeouts. Again, a step to third and then look back at first. Pirates trying to keep Troy Dixon at first base. They don't want to move him up. That pitch misses just low for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes to count.
You want to keep him at first base because if you get him at second, just about anything hit to the outfield, they'll score 2 runs. These guys have really good speed through the Dixon brothers.
Ground ball to the left side. Grant Phillips going to drop it and pick it up, throw it, and McGee makes a scoop, and no, said he was off the bag. He threw it in the dirt, so it's going to go as an error on Grant Phillips. He tried to pick it up and then dropped it, picked it up again, and then threw it. So an E6. If he picks it up clean on a ball hit right to him, he gets the out. Run will score. And Troy Dixon advances to third on the play. Third error committed by the Pirates tonight. Second one by Grant Phillips. That'll bring Landon Powell to the plate. Grant had a pop-up that he let bounce out of his glove. Brandon DeSalvo a pop-up that he let bounce out of his glove. And then that throw, you could charge either on the catch or the throw, either one. But if the throw's on target up a little bit, he probably gets him out, even with the drop. That pitch misses up for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes to count. 5-2 now. UMS Wright over Pearl. Runner goes, swings, and did not foul tip it, just missed by Austin McDonald. He's going to try to throw down to the runner at third. It gets away from DeSalvo, and the runner's going to head to the plate. Phillips is going to throw it in. Carter's going to tag him and get him out. So he will be out. So we got a lot going on, but there's 1 run, more run scores. We played 5.5, and the Bulldogs now lead 6-2. Back in a moment on the Pirate Media Network.
Serving Mississippi since 1967, Mississippi Bonding Company is prepared to help in your time of need. Our agents are the quickest, most efficient, and most educated bail bonds agents in the area. We use state-of-the-art computer equipment and services to process all applications, credit cards, and deliver the necessary documents to get your friends and family released as quickly as possible. All jails, all courts, statewide and nationwide service, 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. In trouble? Call Mississippi Bonding Company right now and let our professional agents help.
Harvey's Fish Hut is located on the corner of Airport Road and Old Whitfield Road in Pearl, Mississippi. Harvey's prides itself on having the best fried catfish in the metro area, as well as tasty pan trout. Harvey's Fish Hut only serves quality Mississippi farm-raised catfish. Dine in or carry out, Harvey's Fish Hut is always served hot and fresh, open Monday through Saturday for both lunch and dinner. So stop by and see Willie Harvey at Harvey's Fish Hut on the corner of Airport Road and Old Whitfield Road, or call to place your order at 601-939-6262. 601-939-6262.
Welcome back to Pearl Pirate Baseball here on the Pirate Media Network. We're going to the bottom of the 6th inning. Pearl now trailing by 4, 6-2. As that inning closed out, there was the runner did not score that reached on the error, so it didn't affect the run scored. He was one tagged out at the plate.
Right.
There was no error charged on that play because where the error would have been charged would have been throwing back down to third, but that runner got thrown out at the plate trying to score. There was a pass ball on the play that allowed the runner to score on the stolen base. A lot happened on that.
That was a lot going on.
And I was afraid for a minute we were going to compound it by letting an extra run score by throwing the ball too many times, but luckily a good throw in from Grant to Zach Carter to get that out at the plate to end the inning. Nonetheless, 6-2 the score. Brandon DeSalvo, Zach Prince, Parker Thurman, and if one of those should reach, Austin McDonald. Due up for the Pirates here in the bottom of the 6th. DeSalvo 0 for 2. Popped out to short, grounded out to second. Takes the pitch on the outside corner for a call strike.
Been impressed with DeSalvo. It looks like he's grown a little bit this summer, and it looks like he's going to be a really good player as he gets everything going together.
That pitch inside corner for a call strike. Real close to hitting him on his left arm, but Brandon's crowding the plate. So the umpire said that was over the corner. Now the 0-2 pitch. Swings and misses at a breaking ball down in the dirt. Catcher's going to come up, throw down to first to finalize the out. Got Brandon swinging at a bad pitch on that one.
Coming to bat for your Pirates.
With 2 strikes, he couldn't take a chance and swung at a bad one. That'll bring Zach Prince to the plate, 1 for 2. a triple in the second inning and then grounded out to first in the fourth inning. Takes the first pitch in for a called strike. Been talking about pitch count for Zach Carter. He's now at 120. Patterson for UMS Wright's at 75 pitches, 51 strikes, 24 balls. That pitch misses low for a ball, 1-1 the count.
You got to think, you got to hope that that's the end of the day for Carter.
Got to believe coming out in the seventh we'll see somebody else, probably Clay Pittman. Swing and a miss by Prince. No balls, 1 ball, 2 strikes the count.
Carter giving up 6 hits, 6 runs. 5 of those were earned. Walked 4, struck out 4.
Breaking ball in for a call, strike 3. And that'll bring Parker Thurman up with 2 outs. Don't forget, following the game, I'll talk with head coach Justin Grove. If the Pirates are able to come back and get a victory, we'll talk with a couple of players. But either way, we'll name our PMN players of the game tonight, brought to you by the Alumni House inside the Holiday Inn at Trustmark Park, as well as Moss Creek Fish House. Our PMN players of the game. Thanks to them, and we've got a couple other people we're talking to about adding to those some for this year to take us through the season. Try to name 2 players each game. They'll get a gift card, certificate, something at each of these restaurants. Ground ball up the middle and booted by the shortstop. He was over there, and that's going to be an E6. Shortstop just couldn't get it in his glove. But Parker Thurman gets on base. Second error committed by the Bulldogs. That'll bring Austin McDonald to the plate. The Pirates threatened with 2 outs here in the bottom of the 6th. Trailing by 4. Austin McDonald, Matthew McGee on deck should Austin reach base. First pitch high and away for a ball. Austin so far on tonight. Flied out to right back in the 2nd. Reached on an error by the shortstop in the 4th. Now the 1-0 pitch. Inside half the plate for a called strike. 1 ball, 1 strike to count. Fouled off, out of play. This will be your last game with us for a few games, won't it, Justin?
It will be. I'll be out of town next week.
You're missing tomorrow and Saturday.
Missing this weekend with some prior commitments that I've got, and I'll be out of town next week. So I'll be back after spring break.
Popped up on the infield. Pitcher's calling for it. First baseman comes in like he was going to call him off, but the pitcher, Patterson, stayed there and took it. And that will end the inning. The Pirates are getting no runs on no hits, 1 error, 1 left. We played 6. Pearl trails 6-2. Back in a moment on the Pirate Media Network.
Pearl Stamp and Sign is now Sign Mart. Our name has changed, but not our great service. For over 20 years, we have been your #1 hometown retailer in custom stamps, signage, and marketing products. Now we are growing and want to take you with us. Whether you have an event, starting a new business, or wish to expand your existing business, Sign Mart is committed to helping you meet your design and marketing needs. Come see the friendly staff at Sign Mart on Pearson Road in Pearl and make your mark in the business world.
In times of joy, in moments of grief, we are there. When the world looks for truth, broadcasters come through, even when all else fails. Today, with more ways than ever to experience the moments that transform our lives, Americans still choose broadcast television and radio more than all other media combined. We are the local broadcasters of radio and television.
Welcome back to Pearl Pirate Baseball. We're going to the top of the 7th inning with Pearl trailing 6-2. We do have a new pitcher on the mound, and I believe that is Clay Pittman coming in to pitch. We're trying to check and see for sure if Zach Carter stayed in the game in the outfield or came out. He might, if he stayed in, he probably would have gone to center field.
He didn't go to center.
Weghorst is still in right. I can tell that. Parker Thurman, I believe, is still in left.
Yeah, no,
and that's
he's
David
not
Pickering
in the
still in
outfield.
center. So Zach Carter just comes out. And Clay Pittman now the new pitcher for the Pirates. First pitch he throws to Landon Powell's grounded straight through the middle for a base hit to center field. That'll bring right fielder John Shirley to the plate. We're going to get a runner at first, though, for the catcher. Number 18, the runner at first base. Chauncey Collier, courtesy runner. Showed bunt in the dirt, gets away from McDonald, is going to go all the way to the backstop. Collier's going to round second and hold up. That'll be a wild pitch charged to Clay Pittman. Now you've got a runner in scoring position with nobody out here in the top of the seventh of a 6-2 game. Showing bunt again. Pulls back and takes a strike this time. 1 ball, 1 strike to count.
DPI, I'm excited. This has been Read Across America week in all the elementary schools across the country, and I'll be reading tomorrow on Dr. Seuss's birthday, reading in Canton and some Madison County schools tomorrow, so that'll be fun spending the day with those kids.
Another breaking ball in the dirt, gets away from McDonald. Another wild pitch as Collier moves up to third. That has got to be exciting.
Yeah, it'll be
That'll
fun.
Be good. So
it'll be fun.
So what age now? What you said?
I've got kindergarten. I'm reading to 5 kindergarten classes tomorrow at 2 different schools.
Awesome.
So reading a little Dr. Seuss on Dr. Seuss's birthday.
2-1 pitch, fouled off, out of play. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Well, that's great. That'll be a lot of fun. And that's here's the thing, reading is something I think a lot of times we don't put enough emphasis on.
I think you're exactly right. Especially with kids, they get into the video games and the electronic stuff, and they don't, the emphasis is a lot of times not put on that, and that's so important.
Well hit ball to right center field. Weghorst moves over, and he'll get there to make the catch and record the out. The runner from third is going to score as River just slung it all the way into the plate, but not in time. It'll be a sac fly, and that's where those 2 wild pitches really come in to hurt you, because otherwise you got a runner still standing at first base. But nonetheless, it will score and make it 7-2 ball game. Being informed that junior high lost 2-1 in their second game against McGee after winning the first one 8-7. Now batting Tucker Powell. Just got confirmation that of course, Justin is primary color commentator. Jay Fletcher will be a backup. Also, Bryant May will be on the show with us a few times this year when he's available, when Justin's not. Brian, a new papa.
That's right, new daddy at home.
Son's name, not Braylon. It's
yeah.
Is it Braylon? Is that right? Yeah.
Yes.
Called swinging strike as he tried to check his swing. Poor kid, hadn't got a chance. He's going to be an Alabama fan.
Oh,
or
yeah.
he'd probably be disowned already. Hey,
without a doubt, I think he already has several Alabama.
Of course, Brian,
items.
a huge Alabama fan.
Bryant, good guy. He'll be here next week.
That pitch misses high for a ball. 1 out, walk surrendered to
Coming to bat for the Bulldogs, designated hitter number
Tucker
13,
Powell, and that'll bring Tyler Gessnard to the plate. Of course, a lot of people know Bryant. Bryant, of course, is the lead pastor of the Exchange Church here in Pearl. Started off meeting over off Riverwind there in Mac and Bones, or near Mac and Bones, and now meeting at the Pearl Upper Elementary.
Right.
Upper or Lower Elementary.
Lower Elementary.
Lower Elementary.
Lower Elementary.
Is where they're now meeting. Brian, of course, one of our hosts of Game Day. as well as our spotter and backup for football. That one's fouled off. 1 ball, 1 strike to count. We've never sat down. We talked about, you know, just heard my director Mayor said we have a big crew. And I never really sat down and counted.
I know.
When you count our whole crew.
When you count it all, it's quite a group.
From game day to actual broadcast crew to support crew to camera operators. And, of course, you got students and all of that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm being told 22 is our crew size for football. There's a line drive over the head of Matthew McGee down the line in right field. Weghorst all the way into the corner to pick it up. Runners rounding second. They're going to hold him up at third. It's going to be a double for Gesnard. Powell, I don't know whether he tripped up or just didn't get a good start running. Or either way, he only goes to third on that deep ball that down the line into right field.
Second baseman, number 7, Grant Barber.
That'll bring Grant Barber, second baseman, to the plate.
Yeah, we really do. It's a big crew. It's a big group of folks, but they all do a great job. And, you know, all of them have an important part and play an important role, and all very much appreciated part of the Pirate Media Network.
Infield comes in. That pitch, breaking ball in the dirt, gets past Austin McDonald and a score yet another run on the wild pitch. And Gesnard goes to third, and Coach Lyle's going to stroll out to the pitcher's mound, talk to Clay Pittman. We may be finishing another pitching change. I see Zach Prince walking around with a glove on his hand, in his hand. So let's take 30 seconds. We'll come back in a moment and see what Coach Lyle elected to do. Back in 30 seconds on the Pirate Media Network.
It's easy to have concerns about your cooling and heating system in the middle of summer, especially when you live in the Deep South. My friends at Hermetic Rush Services recommend you let them take away these worries when you call Hermetic Rush Services at 601-932-7874 for all your residential and commercial cooling and heating needs. You'll feel smarter from the shoulders up and a whole lot more comfortable head to toe. Hermetic Rush Services, where Rush is our middle name. Call them today, 601-932-7874.
Welcome back to Pearl Pirate Baseball. Grant Barber in the batter's box with a 1-0 count. Runner at third base with 1 out. Gesnard down at third. Clay Pittman still on. Infield in. Pitch misses high for a ball 2.
Two balls, no strikes. Runner at third. 2 already in this inning. Strike 2.
Now the 2-1 pitch to Barber. Misses high, ball 3. 3 balls, 1 strike to count. Call, strike, full count now to Grant Barber. He's 0 for 2. Flied out, struck out, walked. Now the 3-2 pitch. Just misses low, ball 4. Pittman struggled somewhat since he's come in. 21 pitches, 9 strikes, 12 balls. TJ Dixon
for the Bulldogs, number 2, TJ Dixon.
step into the batter's box. Been a dangerous hitter all day. He's 3 for 3 with a walk, scored 3 times. Pittman steps off. Now he'll get back and get ready again. Give you the final pitching line on Zach Carter right after this pitch. Swing and a miss. They're going to throw back to the pitcher. I think Pittman almost forgot the sign that he was supposed to turn around and catch that one.
Yeah, that was kind of a last-minute stab.
Looked like all of a sudden, oh, wait a minute, I'm supposed to get this one. One of the many ways that you'll do that play to try to get that runner at third fooled. Be a stolen base for Barber. That ball's fouled off left side. It's going to get behind the dugout, land on the roof of the field house. Count goes no balls, 2 strikes. Zach Carter's final line, 6 innings pitched, 6 hits, 6 runs. 5 of those were earned. He's walked 4 and struck out 4, hit 2 batters. Threw 120 pitches, 68 strikes, 52 balls. His ERA for the season now stands at 4.74. Zach, unless Pearl was able to make a major comeback, will get the loss in this game. That pitch outside for a ball. 1 ball, 2 strikes to count to T.J. Dixon.
Zach came out and gave up 2 runs in the first inning, but held them scoreless in the second and third, gave up 1 in the fourth, and 3 in the sixth.
Well, only 1 of those in the 6th was charged to him. I'll take the back. Right. He got all of those. Only 1 of those. Yeah, that's right. There were 2 of them unearned, or 1 unearned in that. My bad. I forgot they got 8 now.
Yeah.
Fly ball left side, shallow left field. Parker Thurman on the run and makes the catch to record the out. The run is going to score from third as Parker goes to the ground to get there to make that catch. So it'll be a sac fly, even though it was shallow left field.
Shortstop number 1.
Runner at second. Pirates with a big miscue there. Is just evidently nobody called timeout. And Brandon DeSalvo went to hand the ball back to the pitcher. Nobody at third. That runner takes off and goes to third. So just a big miscue on that by the Pirates of just make it. You got to make sure that you call timeout before you go anywhere.
Those situations, you got to put your mind in the game. You got to think about what you're doing.
Kind of like what Coach Grove said, focus.
Exactly.
On every pitch, every moment of every game. And when you don't do that, bad things happen. 9-2 now the score with a runner at third, 2 outs. Troy Dixon at the plate. Pitch misses high and outside for ball 2. Grounded to the left side, right side. Hutton picks it up, throws to McGee, this time on target, and records the 4-3 putout. And that'll end the top of the 7th, but not before the Bulldogs score 3 more runs and lead 9-2. Back in a moment for the bottom of the 7th on the Pirate Media Network.
It was once called East Jackson, but the city of Pearl's been coming into its own ever since then. The folks at the Pearl Chamber of Commerce are proud of their city and want to give you just a few facts to consider. For instance, its commitment to excellence in education with Pearl's public schools and the Rankin branch of Hines Community College. It's a community whose people are grounded in faith and family. Consider Pearl's political contributions. Ray Rogers and Dean Kirby in the state legislature, and U.S. Congressman Greg Harper's district headquarters in his hometown of Pearl. It's become a handsome east entrance to the metro area on I-20 with shopping places like Bass Pro and the new Sam's Club, and Trustmark Park, home of the Mississippi Braves. The State Fire Academy is in Pearl, and so is the state headquarters of MEMA and other government agencies. The newly elected slate of city officials is excited about Pearl and making it an even better place. It's come a long way from being just a quaint little neighborhood east of Jackson. The city of Pearl, a city creating its own future.
Hometown Spotlight is sponsored by the Pearl Chamber of Commerce.
Welcome back to Pearl Pirate Baseball here on the Pirate Media Network. We're going to the bottom of the 7th. Pearl trailing 9-2. And, Justin, we need to talk a little bit about our PMN players of the game.
Yes, we do.
Who we're going to look at with that as we go to the bottom of the 7th. It'll be Matthew McGee, River Weghorst, Alex Hutton. First 3 in the order. They'll be followed by Grant Phillips if one of those should reach.
Yeah, we've got players of the game to look at. Like to see the Pirates come back and score a lot of runs here. They trail 9-2. This is their last opportunity to do that.
Matthew McGee is scheduled up, but Dalton Solis will come to the plate instead as a pinch hitter. Wouldn't be surprised to see Coach Grove maybe do that a good bit here. We'll see what he does. I do see another pinch hitter. Looks like on deck. That's Cameron Gatlin in the on deck circle. Looks like he may hit for River Weghorst. First pitch to Dalton. Misses high for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes to count. Offensively, when you look at that side of it, that pitch misses high for a ball as well. Parker Thurman's 1 for 3 on the ball game with a stolen base. Did score a run, one of the 2 that the Pirates have. That pitch up and in, ball 3. Of course, we probably need to hold off in case we get some dynamic.
Yeah, we may have a dynamic
here in the bottom of the 7th.
That's exactly right.
Not going to name anybody yet, just looking at potentials. Zach Prince also 1 for 3 in the ball game with a run scored. There's a called strike. 3 balls, 1 strike to count to Dalton Solis. Didn't play Saturday, so this is first at bat this season. Swings and misses, strike 2. 3 balls, 2 strikes to count.
The Pirates just 2 grand slams away from coming out with a victory.
Check swing. Did he go? No, he did not. Ball 4. Dalton heads down to first base.
That's the first step right there.
That's the first step. Get 2 more walks and you can get the first grand slam.
That's right. That's right.
That'll bring 14. Cameron Gatlin to the plate. Pinch hitting for River Weghorst. Solis at first base. First pitch in for a call strike. Patterson still on the mound. Gone the distance for UMS Wright. Now at 91 pitches. There is some activity down in their bullpen. Fouled off by Gatlin, out of play. Now the 0-2 pitch misses low for a ball. 1 ball, 2 strikes to count. Outside corner for a call, strike 3. And that's 1 out. And another pinch hitter. Another pinch hitter is number 3, Justin Shedd. Pinch hitting for Alex Hutton. So far, Coach Groh has gone 3 consecutive pinch hitters here in the bottom of the 7th. And looks like a 4th one on deck. That pitch misses low for a ball.
Looks like he'll bat for Phillips.
Call strike, 1 ball, 1 strike to count. Now the 1-1 pitch. Inside corner for a call strike, 1 ball, 2 strikes to count. Now the 1-2 pitch. Swings at a bad pitch. Catcher catches it. Doesn't matter. There's a runner at first base. He's out. Again, if that base is occupied with less than 2 outs, it doesn't matter. You can't go anywhere.
Now batting for your Pirates, number 25, Cody White.
Another pinch hitter for Grant Phillips. This time it's Cody White, number 25. As, again, Coach Groh goes total to the dugout. 4 pinch hitters here in the bottom of the 7th. 1 base runner. That was on a walk to the leadoff hitter. Called strike to Cody White. Again, stay tuned post-game. I will talk to head coach Justin Groh, get a word with him. And we'll wrap up with some stats, talk about tonight's game, talk a little bit about the rest of the weekend. So make sure and stay tuned for our post-game show. We'll also name, after I talk to Coach Groh and come back up, we'll name our PMN players of the game, brought to you by the Alumni House and Moss Creek Fish House.
Got some good possibilities for that tonight.
1 ball, 2 strikes to count. Again, as is my custom, most of you know that if you've listened to me for any length of time, I do not talk to players after a loss. I expect a coach to come up with something decent, but the players, I don't expect that from a 16-year-old. Low and in the dirt. Going to get away from the catcher. Solis will go down to second base on the wild pitch. So even though we'll name a player of the game, we will not interview them tonight. But they will get their reward for an effort tonight, even in the loss. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Bottom of the 7th inning. Cody White trying to keep something alive for the Pirates to get those 2 grand slams to win this game. He fouls this one off back to the fence.
Pirates will fall to 1 and 2 if those grand slams don't happen.
Good thing about baseball, you get to turn around and play again tomorrow.
That's right.
Not long before you get to get back on that horse, so to speak. Swing and a miss, strike 3, and the Pirates going to go down by a score of 9-2. The win will go to Brett Patterson, pitch the complete game. Zach Carter will take the loss. No save in the game. Time in the game 2 hours, 19 minutes, and the Pirates will lose 9-2. 9 runs, 8 hits, 2 errors for the Pirates. 2 runs, 3 hits, 3 errors for the, 9 runs, 8 hits, 2 runs for the Bulldogs. 2-3-3 for the Pirates. We're going to take a break. We'll come back. I'll be down on the field with Coach Justin Groh in a moment on the Pirate Media Network.
Sometimes coming home can be a battle in itself. Our wounded warriors need everyone's support to meet the challenges they face every day. The USO provides every American a way to support them and their families.
What? It's good to be back.
Join us. Visit USO.org to learn how you can make a difference in the lives of our wounded warriors. The USO, until everyone comes home.
It was once called East Jackson, but the city of Pearl's been coming into its own ever since then. The folks at the Pearl Chamber of Commerce are proud of their city and want to give you just a few facts to consider. For instance, its commitment to excellence in education with Pearl's public schools and the Rankin branch of Hines Community College. It's a community whose people are grounded in faith and family. Consider Pearl's political contributions. Ray Rogers and Dean Kirby in the state legislature, and U.S. Congressman Greg Harper's district headquarters in his hometown of Pearl. It's become a handsome east entrance to the metro area on I-20 with shopping places like Bass Pro and the new Sam's Club, and Trustmark Park, home of the Mississippi Braves. The State Fire Academy is in Pearl, and so is the state headquarters of MEMA and other government agencies. The newly elected slate of city officials is excited about Pearl and making it an even better place. It's come a long way from being just a quaint little neighborhood east of Jackson. The city of Pearl, a city creating its own future.
Hometown Spotlight is sponsored by the Pearl Chamber of Commerce.
Welcome back to Pearl Pirates Baseball. The Pirates disappointing loss tonight by a score of 9-2 to UMS Wright. Here with Coach Justin Groh. First thing, Coach Groh, you and I talked in the pregame. One of the key things about this Pirate team is to focus, and you made the comment on every single pitch. Tonight, we focused a lot, but not on every single pitch.
Yeah, we dropped 2 fly balls. We only get 3 hits. Well, we just didn't compete well tonight, and that's what it comes down to. Carter did a great job on the mound. We didn't back him up defensively. We didn't give him the run support either.
Got to ask you, talking about Zach Carter, he comes off after pitching a real good game against Northwest Rankin Saturday. I had him at 122 pitches, I think, tonight. Real high pitch count for early in the season. Your thoughts on that? Was there ever a thought with you and Coach Lyle taking him out earlier than you did, or was the pitch count really not an issue tonight?
Oh, yeah, we were going to take him out in the 4th inning, but the kid, he doesn't want to come out the ball game. It's a 3-2 ball game right then, and you can't get him out of the ball game in that situation. He wouldn't let himself come out, so it's a tough call to make, but if the kid says he's feeling well, I'm gonna go with him. So
Coach, obviously disappointed in the way the guys play, the lack of focus. We're going to turn back around to a play tomorrow night at 7:30. When you're going to meet with them in a few moments after they work the field a little bit, what will you tell the guys tonight to turn, because you won't get practice time before a game tomorrow night. What do you tell them? How do you turn back around and play it again tomorrow night?
We might get practice time tonight. They see it. They have to see it. I mean, no team we play has beat us. We consistently beat ourselves. And when you get good performances like that on the mound, you have to do everything you can to win a ball game for a guy like that. So, I mean, just it's a new day tomorrow. That's all you can tell them.
Good thing about baseball, it doesn't take long to get back on that horse, so to speak, so we'll be back on it again tomorrow.
Yes, sir. I'm with you.
Good deal. Thanks, Coach Groh. Yes, that's Coach Justin Groh, obviously disappointed. Proud of his pitcher, Zach Carter. Good job tonight. Didn't get the run support, didn't get the help behind him that he needed in order to get the victory tonight and to hold off UMS Wright as they pulled it out late in the game and win 9-2. Through 4 innings, 5 innings, it was a close game. 6th, 7th, Pirates just kind of gave it up, let them have it back. Hopefully they'll be able to pull that back together before tomorrow night as they'll play again tomorrow night against Vicksburg at 7:30. Right now I'm going to send it back to a commercial. Justin Bennett will take it away in the booth, give you some stats. I'll rejoin him. We'll announce our players of the game, PMN players of the game, brought to you by tonight Moss Creek Fish House and the Alumni House at the Holiday Inn Trustmark Park. Back in a moment on the Pirate Media Network.
Serving Mississippi since 1967, Mississippi Bonding Company is prepared to help in your time of need. Our agents are the quickest, most efficient, and most educated bail bonds agents in the area. We use state-of-the-art computer equipment and services to process all applications, credit cards, and deliver the necessary documents to get your friends and family released as quickly as possible. All jails, all courts, statewide and nationwide service, 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. In trouble? Call Mississippi Bonding Company right now and let our professional agents help.
Harvey's Fish Hut is located on the corner of Airport Road and Old Whitfield Road in Pearl, Mississippi. Harvey's prides itself on having the best fried catfish in the metro area, as well as tasty pan trout. Harvey's Fish Hut only serves quality Mississippi farm-raised catfish. Dine-in or carry-out, Harvey's Fish Hut is always served hot and fresh, open Monday through Saturday for both lunch and dinner. So stop by and see Willie Harvey at Harvey's Fish Hut on the corner of Airport Road and Old Whitfield Road, or call to place your order at 601-939-6262. 601-939-6262.
In times of joy, in moments of grief, we are there. When the world looks for truth, broadcasters come through, even when all else fails. Today, with more ways than ever to experience the moments that transform our lives, Americans still choose broadcast television and radio more than all other media combined. Television and radio are still the most trusted sources for news and entertainment. And our web and social sites are among the most visited sites in our daily lives. When important moments happen, both big and small, we're the first informers to history. We are the pioneers, the innovators, the local broadcasters of radio and television, reaching more people, touching more lives.
Welcome back to Pearl Pirate Baseball. Pirates fall tonight at the hands of the UMS Wright Bulldogs. Final score 9-2. Tough loss tonight for the Pirates. For the Bulldogs, they had 9 runs on 8 hits, 2 errors. They left 8 players on base. For the Pirates, they had 2 runs on 3 hits, 3 errors. They left 5 on base. Looking at the stats, game stats for the Bulldogs, Dixon, he was 3 for 3. He had an RBI and also a stolen base. He walked once as well. Dixon, brother Dixon, 2 for 3. He had a hit as well as he was hit by a pitch. Other notable stats for the Bulldogs, Powell was 2 for 4 with an RBI, as well as, let's see, Barber was 1 for 2. Powell 1 for 3. Patterson, just an unbelievable pitching performance. He went 7 innings, 2 hits, 2 runs, 3 hits rather, 2 runs. 2 of those were earned. Gave up a triple, struck out 8, walked 1, hit 1, total of 104 pitches on the night. For the Pearl Pirates, Notable stats for them offensively: Zach Prince, Parker Thurman, and River Weghorst, all 1 for 3 tonight. And a tough night for Zach Carter. He went 6 innings, gave up 6 runs. 5 of those were earned. Gave up 6 hits, struck out 4 rather, walked 4 as well, and hit 2 players. He threw 120 pitches in the outing tonight, 52 balls, 68 for strikes. Pittman came on in relief, went the 7th inning, gave up 3 runs on 2 hits, but all 3 of those were earned. He did not strike out anyone in his performance tonight. So tough loss tonight for the Pirates as they fall to the Bulldogs by a final score of 9-2. We'll take a break, and we'll be back after these messages right here on the Pirate Media Network.
Sometimes coming home can be a battle in itself. Our wounded warriors need everyone's support to meet the challenges they face every day. The USO provides every American a way to support them and their families.
It's good to be back.
Join us. Visit USO.org to learn how you can make a difference in the lives of our wounded warriors. The USO, until everyone comes home.
Welcome back to Pearl Pirate Baseball here on the Pirate Media Network. Tonight, the Pirates come up short to the UMS Wright Bulldogs by a score of 9-2. Again, the Bulldogs 9 runs on 8 hits and 2 errors. They left 8 runners on base. The Pirates 2 runs on 3 hits and 3 errors. Left 5 runners on base. One big thing, and both teams probably will talk to their coaches, talk to their players about this. The Bulldogs were 1 for 10 with runners in scoring position. The Pirates were 0 for 4 with runners in scoring position. Neither one of those 2 stats are good from a coaching standpoint.
No, not at all. You've got to get guys home when you get them at second base or third base. You put those runners in scoring position. You want to do everything within your power to score those runs. That's something both these coaches will address with their teams probably tonight.
You know, you probably heard me talking to Coach Groh just then. I asked him about Zach Carter and about his decision to leave him in with a pitch count. You know, he said, hey, I thought about taking him out in the 4th inning, but the guy won't come out. You know, and at that point in the 4th inning, it was a 3-2 ball game. Zach Carter, even though he threw 100 and how many pitches did I say he had? 120.
120 pitches.
I had him 120 pitches, but he's a battler. He does not want to come out of a game, which is what you want in a coach and a player.
Right.
You want the guy that says, I want the ball regardless. That's why he put him up there today to pitch this game. He said, hey, Zach said he wanted the ball, so I gave it to him.
Right.
And but it's just something that he didn't get the run support. The lack of focus, again, 2 easy pop-ups. Brandon DeSalvo and Grant Phillips both with easy pop-ups that they just flat missed. And you can't drop those kind of balls. And as Coach Groh said, that was strictly a lack of focus on those 2 plays. The other error we made was a fielding error and throwing error by Grant Phillips at short. On a tough play, but you got to make those. And that's something, if you're going to play at this level and be successful, you have to be able to make those plays. And 9-2 sounds like a rout. But, again, it was 4-3 going to the 6th inning. They scored 3 in the 6th, 3 in the 7th. Otherwise, it's a 1-run, 2-run ball game. But we just kind of fell apart in that, and you can't do that in games like this.
You're absolutely right, DP. What you've got to find from this team is some focus. And what they're going to also have to do is they've got to find a relief pitcher that can come in and get people out. Mm-hmm. And that's something that's got to happen. So that's got to emerge from this pitching staff. You know, Zach Carter can't pitch every game. And when he does pitch, you can't expect him to pitch a complete game every game. So you're going to have to find some bullpen help for him as well that they feel like they can pass it along to. Focus is a big thing. You know, we saw it against Northwest Rankin. This was a team that you know, you watch that and you think, man, this is it's going to be some season. It's going to be they're for real. But then they come out, and the lack of focus makes you think, what's the deal here? They've got to find that focus. They've got to come out and play determined like that every game if they want to be successful this year.
At the plate, obviously only 3 hits. The pitcher was good, but he wasn't overpowering. He was around the plate all night. He threw strikes, and that's what you're supposed to do. And I had him with 104 pitches, 70 strikes, 34 balls. Wasn't that great? We just didn't make contact. We got 3 hits, not that many strikeouts on the night. He struck out 8, which is a lot. But we've got to put the ball in play. We've got to get the bat off the shoulder, put the ball in play, make some things happen. We weren't able to do that tonight. The key now, we come back tomorrow night. We play against a Vicksburg team. You turn back around real quick with another game. Don't know who's going to pitch tomorrow night. That'll be something interesting. Again, as I mentioned before, we know Zach Carter's good. We get past Zach Carter. We don't know yet for sure what we've got. I know we got Jimmy Boyd. We got Clay Pittman. We got Zach Prince. We've got, if you look down the roster, I kind of joked with Coach Groh about it, because if you look down the roster and you look at positions, you look and you see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20 players out of 34, I think it is, on that 32 on the roster that have a P as potential pitcher by their name. So he's got a lot that he thinks he may put on the mound.
Right.
Now, and that's early in the season. That's February. That's going to be early March. When we get into April, you may not, if you actually redid this, you may not have but 12.
Right.
But right now he's got that many number that he's willing to say, okay, hey, yeah, I'll put you out there for an inning or two, and we'll see what we got.
That's right.
And that's what's going to be interesting to see as we go through tomorrow, as we come to Saturdays, we go to Wingfield on Tuesday, and they come here on Tuesday, what we're going to do with this pitching staff and where we're going to go forward with this.
Yeah, you got to see, ideally a pitcher will emerge over the course of the next 2 days, 2, 3, 4 days, as another guy, another Zach Carter possibility.
Right.
As we said, he can't pitch every game, so you're going to have to find somebody to step up and do that. Hopefully over the course of the next few days, Coach will be able to find that.
And that's what we're going to have to look for. If the Pirates bounce back tomorrow night, they'll play Vicksburg tomorrow night. In the last game of the day tomorrow, it'll be 7:30 scheduled start here at Pirate Park. It'll be game 4 of the day. Hopefully we'll be on schedule for a 7:30 start. I want to thank everybody for joining us tonight here on the Pirate Media Network. Thank our sponsors, especially Mississippi Bonding, Harvey's Fish Hut, Sign Mart, Hermetic Rush Services, City of Pearl, Sonic Drive-Ins, DeSalvo's, Restaurante Italiano, the Alumni House, and Moss Creek Fish House. Speaking of Alumni House and Moss Creek Fish House, we need to award our players of the game tonight. The PMN players of the game brought to you tonight by the Alumni House and Moss Creek Fish House. Parker Thurman in left field as our offensive player of the game. Parker went 1 for 3 on the night with a stolen base and scored one of the 2 runs by the Pirates. Did a good job at the plate. Our defensive player of the game, River Weghorst in right field, made some good plays, a lot of outs, made in right field, some good running catches, did a good job in the outfield tonight. So those are our 2 players of the game. Parker and River will each get a certificate to the Alumni House, 1 from the Alumni House, 1 from Moss Creek. I may let them fight it out, see who wants which one, or I may just pick which one I give to. But thanks to the Alumni House and Moss Creek Fish House for stepping up for that. Justin, as always, our color commentator, thanks a lot. Our executive producer tonight, Frank Hutton, director and producer, Roy Harper, associate producer, Michael Brewer. Our transportation is provided by City of Pearl Urban Forestry Building and Grounds, Perry Lowry, who was also a camera operator tonight on the third base side, Carol Davis on the first base side, and couldn't do it without them making it all happen. Of course, Justin Bennett, our color analyst. I didn't ever hear who was back at the studio tonight.
I don't know.
I'm waiting to see if I'll hear that in my ear, if we have somebody back at the studio, and I'm not hearing that so we're just going to go without that. But this broadcast of Pearl Pirate High School Athletics is intended for the private use of our audience. Any rebroadcast, downloads, or copying of any type without the expressed written permission of the Pirate Media Network is strictly prohibited. Thanks for joining us tonight. We're glad you're here. Again, the Pirates fall to UMS Wright by a score of 9-2. Back on the air tomorrow night for the Pirates game against Vicksburg at 7:30. We'll go on the air with our pregame show at 7 o'clock. Until then, I'm DP saying good night, everybody.